you're right, whoever you are that's worried about this. This is the only issue that ever matters, and my entire show should be in perpetuity, me talking about Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. So if what you could do is replay this 1 minute over and over again, you can see me say Trump's really bad for how he's handling the Epstein thing, and we should criticize him with every waking breath that we ever have. Don't worry about feeding your family. Don't worry about supporting them. Don't worry about taking care of yourself whatsoever. All that matters is Trump Epstein. So you join me in saying Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein. There you go. That's 55 seconds. The minute will be complete here soon. Please put that in replay for the rest of the show. Thank you. Hey, welcome to our next show. Host Rob Noerr. Great to be here. Oh, bummer. The no prep debate canceled tonight. Now, who's the rotten bastard who I could point the finger at? I don't know. I don't know who I was supposed to debate. So I can't even say, what? I can't even call anyone a coward. Or no, in all seriousness, shit happens. Totally get it. What had happened was there was a person that was set up for me to debate that apparently couldn't do it. And then Speakeasy said that he'd reached out to another person who wants to do it, but wants more prep time. They don't want to only have 1 day. So they wanted to have more time. So unfortunately, things happen. I did like my some of my posts that are made on my YouTube channel isn't I might have some help with them. Maybe a crucial member of my team, like my editor, Black Elk. It could have been Lick 'em Low Lisa. Oh, good stuff. Oh, Afro Man, the only thing going on good in the United States at this point. I mean, we did again dominate hockey with the sled hockey business, the handicap hockey. We beat those filthy Canadians at that as well. But we lost the World Baseball Classic, so. But Afro Man, there we go. We got that. Newsom 28. We need a lot of trains to nowhere. Did you see the picture of the I don't even know what they called it, like the wildlife bridge that they were building? And it's just like over the highway. There's just a fucking like a bridge to nowhere, except there's trees and a walking path on it. Oh man, good stuff. Who was that old lady that was terrible at debating? I debated that Circa guy during the last no prep debate, and that was a woman in Speakeasy's chat that was like, I think Circa won the debate, which is incomprehensible to me. It was one of the worst debate performances I ever saw. But so I don't know who she is, but once she came on, I think you can understand why she was, I don't know. She's probably a nice lady. I regret, I was in a bad mood that night, dealing with that Circa guy. My goodness. That was two of the longest, most frustrating debates I've ever had. And you can see in the little clip, if you put it there, like the little bit of the Man Ray clip, it's so hard to deal with people that I don't even think either of those two people were bad faith. It's just, how do I put this politely? A lack of an ability to follow a logical chain of an argument. So like that clip, one of the things that's so frustrating, and what we're talking about is the clip that my editor put up today for a video. This here, we won't play the video, but I'll just put the link if you want to check it out yourself. And this happens a lot in debates that I don't think I'm particularly tricky in the sense that I'm trying to get to the meat of the matter, but people will say something, they make a claim, and you're like, oh, okay, let's look at that claim. And you see this happens all the time. These were two particularly egregious. So in this, just because it's on my mind, this lady, like the issue was, the whole 20-minute clip is because we got to a point in the debate where she said, both her and Circa were making this argument, but theoretically, if we got a Christian government like you're asking for, Rob, it could theoretically do all this bad stuff. And my point's like, so could a secular government. Could theoretically do a bunch of bad stuff. And the topic specifically had to do with what would be best for Christians. That was the topic. So again, the debate with Circa basically boiled down to, he said it was Christian nationalist for any Christian to use their morality to influence their voting decision. And if you're a Christian, all of your morality comes from your faith in Christ. So that means you're not allowed to vote because the reasons you have to vote are stemmed in your morality, which comes from Christianity. So somehow his basic claim then was the best thing for Christians would be for Christians to not vote. And as I called at the beginning of that debate, that's often something you could see with atheists. They pretend they'll use your Christianity as an excuse for why you should give them more power and have less power and how that'll be good for you. So when this woman came on, that was, of course, what we're talking about. It's like, if you're going to say, hypothetically, a Christian government could do X, Y, and Z, which would be bad, why can't I say, hypothetically, a secular government would do X, Y, and Z, which would be bad for Christians? I said a secular government could get rid of Christianity, do all kinds of legal issues against Christianity. She says no. That the only way you could do something like ban a religion is through another religious holy book. In other words, only an Islamic government could ban Christianity. Only a Jewish government could ban Christianity. An atheist government or a secular government couldn't. That was her claim. Now, that's nonsensical on its face. Why couldn't they? But I was like, what about the Soviet Union? They called themselves a secular government. Right? That's what enters the clip. That's where we came from. And so then she's like, no, they weren't secular. And I'm like, why? What's secular mean? She says separation of church and state. And I'm like, what's that mean? And she says, well, separation of church and state's just that you don't have a state church. I was like, great. The Soviets didn't. And she goes, yeah, but you're also not have the government ruling on things about religion. I said, but almost every country, even those you consider to have separation of church and state, has rulings on religion. For example, there are rules that say you can't have the 10 Commandments up in public places. So does that mean that that's not separation of church and state? And then she's like, why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about the Soviet Union? I'm like, because you said that it wouldn't be possible for a secular government to ban Christianity. And I'm saying they did. Yeah, but they did it for political reasons. Yes, nonetheless, they did it and they were secular. No, they weren't secular. Yes, according to your definition, they were. Okay, but why are we talking about it? Because you brought it up. No, I didn't. Yes, you brought up that a secular government couldn't do this. And we just around and around we go in circles. I didn't just bring it up out of nowhere. So you make a claim, and then when you give, here's an example that's she did the same thing when she said that there is no country in the world with an official state religion where you're even allowed to practice another religion. I'm like, that's not true. A lot of the Arab countries, Israel, granted, it might be a second class. You might not have the same rights, but you're allowed to practice. And then you go in this circle where you're like, here's the proof. Nah, it's propaganda. But no, here's the proof I could show you. Why are we even talking about this? You brought it up. I would oftentimes rather debate someone that's wrong or bad faith than someone, even if I agree with them more, that can't follow a chain of an argument. Like it's just very simple. You say A, and I'm like, okay, well, A, here's a rebuttal to A. My rebuttal is B. But why are you even talking about B? Because you said A. I never said A. Yes, you did. That's why I brought up B. But it's ridiculous for you to bring up B. I brought up B in response to A. Well, I'm not worried about B. I know you're not. It's an answer to A. But I never brought up A. Yes, you did. Isn't this how we got here? Yeah? Okay. So then B disproves your argument A. But I never brought up A. Anyways, there we are. Now, that's what was happening in that debate. So I do apologize for not having the no prep to debate tonight. I assure you I was ready to do it. You can't even say, well, maybe Rob canceled it because he didn't prep. Because that's the whole point. I never prep. So it is tough debating Canadians. That's true. It's BA. So we'll get to more of those no prep debates in the future. So for tonight, maybe we'll actually get to this James O'Keefe video. Maybe. And we'll talk about other things. Yeah, the no prep debate. They ran! Now, what had happened, Speakeasy does a great job getting everyone reaching out to people and finding opponents and stuff. And the problem is, if someone can't do it for whatever reason, it's hard to tell people that were thinking, hey, I have 2 more weeks to prep for this debate against Rob. Hey, can we bump you up 2 weeks? Because it's supposed to be every other Thursday. So if someone drops out, you're sort of scrambling, and it sort of defeats the whole purpose, because the whole purpose is they're supposed to have a lot of time to prep, and I'm not. That's the idea. So I'm more than happy to debate. Like, I would impromptu debate anyone, but they'd lose their advantage, which is sort of the point. So when someone drops out, it's not Speakeasy's fault. It's not mine. And I will take it in good faith unless I have proof otherwise that people have legitimate reasons to not be there. Like some work, you get called into work, or you had some sort of tragedy or something. You know, shit happens. So we roll with the punches. So I didn't really have a show planned for tonight. But we'll make the most of it, you know. I could just say Trump Epstein for 2 hours. How would that work for you guys? I also don't plan to talk about Iran or Epstein tonight that much. Though I could. I was having a conversation with a friend today about my feelings on Trump and everything that's going on. We can do a pre-whip extravaganza. Wait, you're getting ahead of yourself, you psychopath. What are you doing? You will debate, are bots better than humans? At what? Chair could have filled in. I suppose I'd go down and watch a movie with my wife. Just leave Chair. Trump Epstein, that's true. I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't considered that. So we could cover this. There's stories galore. There's the James O'Keefe story. We could cover that. Joe Kent. Yeah, Joe Kent did resign. Yeah, let's talk about Joe Kent for a minute. Why not? So Joe Kent, who in the past had spoken quite forcefully against Iran and how dangerous they were, but I do believe the threat. So let's take a step back for a minute, right? One of the problems in our politics today is oftentimes people will say things at different times that, if looked at in a vacuum, seem to be completely antithetical. Like, tell me if this sounds about right with Trump. And feel free to tell me if you disagree. Overarchingly, a theme that Trump intentionally and his team intentionally put out. Tell me if you think this is a theme. Do you think one of the themes was, we're not really interested in regime change wars, we'll have strength through peace, or we'll have peace through strength? Do you think is that fair? To me, that seems fair. I'm not trying to trick you. I think that's was what I thought, right? That's sort of a theme. And yet, you can find a lot of clips of him talking real fucking aggressive, and that we would go and have military action to prevent Iran from getting a bomb. He said it. Now, the problem is, particularly Trump, but this is true of so many politicians, you're saying a lot, and sometimes it could be contradictory. Even if it's not your intent, it could be. So, like, if I'm running for office, right, as I did, and someone said to me, do you think that the people that came here through no fault of their own, that are undocumented, should be forced out of the country into a hostile war zone? I may have said, like, look, I think that immigration, and particularly legal immigration, is a huge problem in this country, and we need to get the majority of these people out. But I can see special exemptions being made for people through no fault of their own that ended up here, that are undocumented, particularly if it was dire situations. And then 3 days later, I could have been at a rally and said, we have to get them all out. Now, those are contradictory. And in my head, the way I'd rationalize it's like, well, look, there could always be exceptions. When I say get them all out, I guess I mean 99.999%. And so, even with someone like Joe Kent, that could be the case. Joe Kent could, on one hand, in 2021, be like, Iran, they're bad news, blah, 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 right? That could be, and then also be like a sort of isolationist. I didn't want this attack. I'm going to be honest. This is my read on the Joe Kent situation without looking more into it. The facts are this. This is what's not disputed, I don't believe. Joe Kent did resign. He says basically his rationale was Israel's responsible for this war. He can't sanction it. He liked and appreciates Trump, but he thinks that this is terrible and he couldn't abide by it. I think that's sort of a steel man of his position. The counterclaim is apparently, and I don't know if this has been proven, but there are news reports that suggest Joe Kent's been sort of shut out for a little bit now because he's suspected of leaking to members of the media. Now, I am open to have my opinion changed on this, and I'm making this without a lot of facts. One, I don't know who has many facts at all, because much of this is just speculation under than Joe Kent's own words that we could see him say at this point. I don't know what sort of evidence the government has against them. It could run anywhere from this is a total bullshit story to Joe Kent's fucking horrible and he's leaking classified details of the press all the time to Joe Kent didn't do anything and he's being framed. It could be anywhere in between any of that. I won't know until we see like official documents or something. But my gut feeling is that most likely what's going on is that it's a combination of if this leaking charge is true and something else, which is, look, it is popular at this point. If you're just another nameless face in the Trump administration and you want to make your bones, you come out and disagree with them on this. Ask Marjorie Taylor Greene. MTG was fucking persona non grata in our media. Now you see her sit down with fucking these mainstream media people that are just like hanging on her every word, like, yeah. And all it takes is to go against Trump on something. All of a sudden, if you, for your personal brand, wanted your name out there, you were barely known. Now you're hitting all the podcast circuit. Now you're hitting all the left wing, anybody that hates Trump's willing to bring you on. So if he was leaking, this could benefit him as positive, getting some allies. And if he wasn't leaking, same story. I think he probably doesn't like the war, and he probably believes some of what he's saying. I think he probably is against the war. I believe that. What's my hat doing here? But I think there's some personal issues there at play as well. That he sees a way to benefit himself, an angle for himself. Now, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about Iran. Now I'm going to lie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He said some shit in the past that was like, oh, we can't leave Ryan get this. Or Ryan, you said Sean Ryan. We can't leave Iran get this. Now, here we go. Clip it. I'm going to talk about Iran again. You ready? I don't like this war. I don't. Is there a hypothetical scenario where Trump has information that's true that I don't that would justify this war? Of course. What that could look like is anything from them trying to develop a nuclear weapon, them trying to assassinate Trump, all sorts of things. But seeing as how I've been lied to over and over again about foreign interventions, I don't trust that without seeing proof right now. Wouldn't trust it under Obama, under a Bush, under a Biden, so I'm not going to do it under Trump. Sorry. I still think that it's absurd that people go as far as they do against Israel. You could absolutely say Israel's crucial to this action taking place, and that's fine. I don't mind that. But it gets to the level where people are so crazy about it that I have people calling into my show and saying people like Rachel Wilson need to get deported because Rachel has a cousin also named Andrew Wilson, coincidentally, even though Wilson's her name through marriage, who claims that Rachel's like 1/32nd Jewish or something. Like the level of the insanity is fucking crazy that it gets. I don't like Israel's influence in the United States, and I don't like Qatar's, and I don't like the fucking EU. I don't like their influence, and I don't like China's influence. I don't like any of it. I think it all fucking sucks. So chalk me up on the list of fuck Iran and fuck Israel. That's how I feel about it. And if you fall anywhere in between that and you say, well, that's perfectly reasonable, I don't care. You can go too far with any of it, but fine, great, okay? But here's the thing. I think, at the very least, this shows that Trump's focus is more on foreign policy, which is a shame, because I think there's a lot of domestic issues that are more important directly to me as a citizen of the United States than this situation in the Middle East. That's my feeling. And while Trump uses political capital on that, and the focus is all put there, we're missing crucial things that are occurring in the United States. Hell, we have citizen journalists that are going around the country pointing out billions of dollars of fraud directed at people that are brought into this country to replace us, immigrants. We work harder, our dollar's worth less, the American dream goes further and further away from people, particularly young people, and we give that wealth and that treasure to foreign people that come in. It's disgusting. There's a lot of other issues in this country. And I would like to see more of a hyper-focus there on more deportations, on more dealing with the corruption, more dealing with corruption within our own intel agencies, our own government. That's where I would like to see the focus. Those are the issues I think are most important for the survival of our country going forward. And I see this attack on Iran bad on its face, in my opinion, until I see more proof, but also bad because even if you like this, it signifies a change in priorities from what I want to see. However, I sort of look at this like, imagine that you're a fan of a football team and your quarterback's pretty damn good, right? And the entire team quits. The offensive line doesn't give a shit. They're not trying to block. The defense isn't doing shit. And the quarterback's going out there every day and he's trying his best, but he's making some real fucking stupid plays. Why, on third down, why'd you throw to that guy? That was clearly going to be an interception, I'll say, as I'm sitting on my chair. And I'm right. You look at it and you're like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. What are you doing? How much shit am I going to give that quarterback, though? At least he's out there trying, I guess. The rest of the team gave up. That's what Trump's dealing with. He is dealing with obstruction in historic ways. He's dealing with cultural obstruction, where all of these institutions, I mean, he was directly banned from Twitter. What better, it doesn't get more blatant than that. The media coverage of him is astoundingly grotesquely bad. The Democrats, just anything Trump suggests, I mean, the only one that even tries to give any sort of a fair shake is John Fetterman. The rest, it's just like, what's your opinion on something? What did Trump say about it? I'm the opposite of that. Whatever Trump said, I'm the opposite. Trump wants to take out Iran. He's a piece of shit. Some of the same senators and what have that are saying that now was saying during Trump's first term how terrible he was for not helping the noble people of Iran. It doesn't matter. And then, even most importantly, there's the obstruction within his own party. They're having pro forma sessions where they have someone just gavel in ceremonially so that Trump can't have recess appointments. That's his own party doing that to him, who won't allow these appointments to come up for a vote because they're honoring not a law, but a tradition. The blue slip tradition that all but ensures that any state that has a Democratic senator will make sure that no appointees from Trump gets approved. So all other presidents had an opportunity to have recess, but not Trump. The Republicans will make sure that doesn't occur. The Republicans won't push to pass 90% issues of people in this country like the SAVE Act. They just won't do it. They're constantly against him. You have leadership in his own party that's coming out speaking against him. And so, while I think that it is absolutely crucial and worthwhile to criticize Trump when we see he does things we don't like, let's keep things in a bigger perspective. The problem's not him. The reason it hurts the most when Trump does something that you think's anathema to what you believe is because Trump's the only guy that gave you hope. Now, not the only. There's handfuls of other people, but he's the only one who's advanced to a position of power that would be able to make change in a significant way. Maybe Elon. That's why you're so pissed off. Furthermore, if I have to be honest, I don't know that Donald Trump's a viewer of the Normal America show. That's a mistake. I think Trump should stop watching or start watching. But here's the thing. The coalition that elected Trump, there's some vastly different groups in there. You got your tech bros, like your fucking crypto bros. Then you got like original type MAGA people that lend, being more isolationist, drain the swamp type people. You got the make America healthy again people. You got like the Tulsi type people. You got the begrudging Democrats like the Weinsteins that came over and the Joe Rogans. You got the neocons, your Mark Levines. Some of those groups massively have opposite takes on certain issues like foreign policy. And so, is it reasonable for me to expect the Trump to just do everything I want? No. I wish he'd do something I want, but the mere fact that he won is at least showing you that culture is going in the right direction. Now, we may lose next time. We may squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Possible, but I don't think a defeatist black pill attitude is going to make that any better. I don't. I think that the criticism I have with Trump will inspire me to push not only him to go in the directions I want, but to push for people in primaries and other such things to be closer to me in those positions. That's what I'm going to try to do. And furthermore, some of the stuff that Trump does, not only is he facing historic obstruction and all of this stuff back home, which may make it more likely for him to focus on foreign policy, but some of the stuff he does, I think we should give a little more credit. Imagine a different world where Trump comes in day one and starts trying to push executive orders on the border, and it just doesn't work. Like judges are like, no, and he's getting pushback from the Republicans and Democrats, and all of a sudden we still have 100,000 illegals pouring through the border a year. What would we all be saying? I know what I would be saying. This is fucking outrageous. This is the most important issue. Why can't they do something on it? What is Trump doing? He needs to focus on this. The problem is, quite literally within a week, Trump dealt with that. Like, ridiculously fast. Amazingly so, if you think about it. Now, you might say, the fact he was able to do it so fast just proves how intentional it was, that it was as open as it was. I agree. But nonetheless, that happened. And basically, Trump gets no credit for that because it's like, what have you done for me lately? We don't give a shit about that. You did that pretty fast. Fuck off. Who cares? And it's like, I don't know. I think some credit goes out to Trump for that. So, is Trump weak on deportations? Sure, he is. Is Trump bad on a lot of the foreign policy things, in my opinion? Yeah, he is. But is he a damn sight better on key issues like securing the border and other shit than any fucking president in my lifetime? Yes. Has he helped move the cultural and Overton window way better than any president in my lifetime? Yeah. Oh, everyone's mad at it. I said, let's take a step back. Well, sorry. Bowie, would we have been in World War III had Kamala Harris won? Yes or no? Can you name me the president that had a chance that's not controlled by Israel that wouldn't have led us into World War III? Because I know that's your perspective, that Trump's controlled by Israel. So would it have been any different if the Democrats had won? Just curious. Just curious what your opinion is. Is that so if she would have invaded, then I'm comparing Trump to the alternative. See? There we have. So Kamala would have been preferred, Bowie. That's your argument? Would have been better with Kamala Harris? Kamala wouldn't have went. Right, that's what I'm asking. What do you mean you never said Kamala? That's the direct question I asked you. So this is one of the things that frustrates me. I say, had Kamala been in office, would she went to war? And your response is, other politicians refused to go years before. Now, the implication that I'm getting from that, since I directly asked you a question, is that this is somehow a response to that. So the implication would be this response is like, well, no, other politicians didn't go, so we don't have evidence she would have went. When you say, I never said Kamala, nice try though, I'm sorry, my mistake for taking your answer as trying to be remotely responsive to my question. That's my mistake. I should have known that your response was, oh, I'm not engaging with the question. I'm just saying something totally irrelevant to what you said. That's my mistake. I assumed that you were interested in a back and forth and engagement on this. I didn't know that you were just talking about absolute bullshit that had nothing to do with what I thought the conversation we were having in. That's my mistake. I'm sorry. So yes, you instead refused to answer the question. I'm not interested in talking to you, fuckface. You didn't want to answer the question. Go fuck yourself. I don't care. Now you're like, I want to call in. You had your chance. I assumed, based on the answer you gave, that was somehow an answer. And then you want to be like, oh, that clearly wasn't an answer to your question. That wasn't an answer. That clearly wasn't an answer to your question. Why would you assume that it was? Now can I call in? What do you mean you didn't have a chance? I asked the question, and you typed something that seemed tangentially relevant to saying, I don't think she would have went because other people didn't. Why do people do that? Do you think Kamala would have taken lobby money? All presidents in the past have. Oh, so you're saying Kamala would have. I never said that. Then what was your statement? What did your statement have to do with my question? Just a complete non sequitur? That was the statement? You can call in, Bowie, and I'll make fun of you. Now we're going to blame it on a lag. It's a terrible idea. Accelerationism is bad. Vote for the party that wants to ban you from free speech and bring in 10 million illegals. That'll show them. That'll pack the court, make DC and Puerto Rico a state, and ensure that we can never win again. We did it. We showed them. Now we've learned our lesson. Or we could continue to do. The people that say that, by the way, don't do shit all when it comes to, like, trying to affect the primaries. They don't. They just throw their hands up and say, oh, I give up. Vote Democrat. That'll fix it. So then Democrats will win. If Republicans ever have a chance to win again, it's just going to be the same crop of Republicans because things will be so bad. They'll just say, oh, okay, let's go back to the Republicans. There's no guarantee that all of a sudden that leads to what? No, I'm against anyone that wants me to vote for the intentional replacement of me and my son. I'm against that. I think that's a bad idea. I can't believe that it's worth responding, that we have to respond to this. I understand where it's coming from, but it's stupid. It's just a bad idea. All right. So you weren't answering whether or not Kamala. You were just saying other presidents didn't go to war with Iran.
No, other presidents refused to go to war with Iran. I think what happened was while I was typing, what I'm typing is getting lagged, and the questions you're asking are happening.
Okay. Would Kamala have went to war with Iran?
I'm not sure if she would.
I think she would have.
I'm saying my whole premise is that previous presidents, Obama and all of them, refused to go. Iran is clearly the last state at the end of the Queen Break memo, and we know that taking out Iran causes China, Russia, and these other countries to come spiraling in and to cause a World War III like situation. And to say for years that, I know Trump has said he'll never let them have a weapon, but we've been 2 weeks to slow the spread of this weapon for 50 fucking years, dude. I'm not heated at you. It's just I keep saying okay. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
All right. So, great. Is it because Israel controls our country? That's why this occurred?
I wouldn't say complete control, but I'd say it's pretty obvious that they have a thumb up our ass.
Would they have had a thumb up the ass of Kamala Harris's administration?
We keep switching to a dialectic between Trump and Kamala.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in talking about your philosophical claims of dialectics, etc. My point that you're addressing is I'm like, there are things that Trump's doing that I don't like, but he was better than the alternative in XYZ. And you're like, yeah, but ignore all that because the thing he's bad at's really bad. And I'm like, would the other side have done that? And you're like, well, I'm not saying, I don't know. And I said, okay, do you think Trump, let me finish. Do you think Trump did this because of Israel? And you're like, yeah, they certainly have their finger up our ass. And I was like, do you think they would have Kamala's? And you're like, I don't want to talk about that. Then you're not addressing what I'm saying. If your argument's just, I'm uninterested in talking about who we should vote for because we look at comparatively one side versus the other, that's not interesting to me because I don't want to be in a dialectic. No problem, cool. We'll send you on your way. I have nothing to say to you.
Well, my issue is that Trump was against these things and several other things that were talked about earlier, and he completely backtracked on all of them. This one is a catastrophic thing. I do not wish to sweep up all this shit and pretend that it's not a severe problem. Oil is going through the damn roof. All these other countries are benefiting off of it. We're being lured into a WEF, World Economic Forum situation where we're not going to own shit. It's all directly connected. All these tech bros you were talking about earlier want to put us in a fucking machine, essentially a cyber state, where we're completely at the behest of people like Kamala Harris. But he bought them in. This is a complete antithesis of what he stated throughout his entire campaign.
2018, Trump had said several times that he would hypothetically bomb Iran if it meant stopping their nuclear program. 2024 campaign, he made threats and remarks warning that if Iran would face severe consequences, including bombing cities or the country to smithereens if they cross lines, particularly on nuclear development or aggression. Now, while I agree with you that the theme of Trump's campaign was we're not going to do these wars, he did say specific things about Iran. I don't like the conflict. I'm just not as doom and gloom about it as you. But the idea that it's just well, this is clearly just a complete reversal. Maybe we were just seeing what we wanted because we were tired of these interventionist wars.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I also agree he said completely opposite to the things that you just stated. He said that we shouldn't send our kids over there to die, that they want to blow up Iran and all this other shit in the past. He said that, I think, around 2016, right? First time.
But maybe
So
so, but we're
he says, so
but
what Trump said,
wait. Calm down. Like, but
yeah,
if we're talking about his run in 2024, I agree. He's changed his tone a lot since the guy that came down the escalator in 2016, right? But
yeah,
I mean, if he's in 2024 while he's running, saying like, "Hey, I'll bomb them to smithereens if they cross lines," like, and it did seem, I could be wrong. I'd have to check, so I might be totally wrong. Did the stories, and you might think this is bullshit, you have every right to think, and I question it myself, but did the stories of his assassination attempts coming from Iran, was that before the election?
it might be, but
I
like
mean,
those seem to me, and like I don't mean to get heated with any of this. It's just like frustrating and all this shit. There's no work and all this, so it's all like my anger is flying out of his Tupperware container. It doesn't belong to you, so I apologize for
it's
that.
all right. I don't
But
mind.
like those two assassins were clearly like BlackRock attached. Like there's obvious stuff where it's like this is everything that they can throw at Iran for this war, they will. And it's this floating bomb theory for like 50 years that it's like clean break memo shit. Like they've been wanting to blow this place up for fucking ever, and we've been fucking
I
with
don't
them
disagree
forever.
with that, but listen, I'll try to make the position that you're making. This is basically what I
Mhm.
believe, right? That I have no doubt that Iran's bad and they don't like us. And if they got the chance to fuck with Americans, they would. I have no doubt of that. But the same people that gave me bullshit about the need to bomb Gaddafi and the need to go into Syria and the need to stay in Afghanistan for 20 years and the need to go into Iraq, they're telling me, look, they're 6 weeks away from a bomb. And they're saying that as far back as like 2016. Now, I will say this, though, inevitably, if they were going to get a bomb, would you want to stop them?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? If they were going to get a bomb at this point, I mean, it's guaranteed that they're going to try and make one, probably in the same manner that North Korea has, so that we never like really fuck with them. But at this point, we should just leave them the hell alone. Like all the stuff you were talking about before, the Gaddafi and killing him, and then that open air slave trade that happened as a result. The United States mops up messes with lasagna, dude. Like we cause problems and then we offer a fake solution. It's that problem
I don't
solution.
disagree with the law,
Yeah,
but going, not to move away from it. So you're
yeah.
like, yeah, if they were on the precipice of getting a bomb, we should have stopped them,
I
right?
don't think so. I think we
What's
should just leave them the hell alone, like
no.
permanently.
So now you're changing your argument. You're saying if they were close to getting bombed, we should just let them alone.
Yeah, I think we should leave them alone.
I don't know. Do you
I
think that
think
the
if
Iraq? Do
we
you think that at this point, but when Trump comes in 2024, right? 2025,
Mhm.
he gets sworn in, right? Do you think at that point, given what already the relationship was between the United States and Iran, do you think that if they got a bomb, they would use that either as a sword or a shield to go after U.S. interest?
I think they'd use it as a shield,
But then this would just
to prevent us from messing with them further, like we've been doing with the Shah of Iran and all that CIA installation stuff we've been
But
doing.
again, okay, but we'll talk about the Shah in a minute, right? Right. But again, when I say shield, I don't mean that they would just stay in their little hole and say, we're not doing anything ever nefarious around the world to Americans, etc., or any other people. We just want to be left alone. I don't think that's what would happen. I think that you would see like terror attacks and shit. And then when we were like, hey, you can't do that, they'd say, what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah,
Nothing. You're not
I
gonna
don't
drop
think
bombs on us. We have a nuclear bomb. So fuck you.
I don't think we. I don't recall any terrorist attacks we've had from Iran.
Well, I think
You
we've
know,
had terror attacks from the Muslim world.
are you referring to the Big Nine event with Malcolm Virgo and all that stuff?
Not well, I'm referring to Muslim terror attacks we see all the time in the United States. Just 4 in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah. So what's happening is like there's this cycle of like we go over there, we do all these like black ops undercover stuff, blow up churches, blow up mosques, blow everything up. Israel pushes their immigrants all over the place. We have an open porous border on the south. Naturally, they're going to be pissed off because if you kill someone and then you invite their kids over for dinner to stay near us, of course they're
Right.
going to be
No,
so
I know the
pissed off.
argument. No agency for Muslims. Muslims are innocent, great people. They're just defending themselves. So we
No,
can't blame them
absolutely
where they're
not.
running over our children at Christmas
Well,
parades. It's
that's
all Muslims. I get it. We had violent Muslims that threw
no.
at Jake
I think
Lang a
they're
bomb
low.
the other day, and the real villain is Israel. The
I
left
think
says
on
the
average,
villain's Christians, and white
well,
supremacists. The right says the villain's Israel.
No,
Everyone
that's
but the Muslims. The Muslims that threw the bomb. No. They have
you
a
won't let
reason.
me talk because you know what I'm going to say.
I,
Fuck
I'm
both of them,
directly
just like you
characterizing
said
what you're
earlier.
saying.
Fuck both of them because of what they've done, and they
Right,
depend on each other.
right.
Like
I
Israel said that
agree. So we
Islam is
shouldn't
the
have these
broom.
people here, and I'm allowed to say fuck these Muslims. And you saying, well, the excuses that you start with, well, it's all Israel's fault. They pushed those people over here, and the
Israel is
wars
not
ensured that
helping.
these people. If the United States, can you explain why in the Muslim world, before the United States did shit all to the Muslim world, the Barbary pirates were over here raping and enslaving people in this? Was it because they knew that we would back Israel and overthrow the Shah in the 40s? Is that what it was?
No, because they're barbaric. The
Oh,
problem is to
okay.
avoid both situations.
I don't disagree. We should be less
That's
interventionist
my
in the
only
reason.
argument.
The
Is that
problem I have is that in this world where the Democrats are going to allow open borders, and it's
Mhm.
happened, we're going to get a lot of Muslims that are terrorists. And
Yes?
they're going
So
to attack
focus.
us. It's the same argument that the left makes. Either you give us total power and leave us do whatever we want, or we'll use violence against you.
Not
That's the Muslim
not a
world as
leftist
well.
argument. Stop bombing Iran. Stop fucking around in the Middle East. Take care of your borders. Take the money that you
And then
would
and
be.
then
Take the money.
the millions of Muslims that were let to be brought over here will say, "Hey, we're all great people now. We're not interested in attack. In fact, you can insult Muhammad. We don't give a shit. You can drum as long as you're not bombing Iran. Then it's
That's
all
part
cool,
of the
right?"
immigration argument, dude. You remove them. You don't
But
let them settle here.
yeah, well, it's not that simple, is it?
No, it's not. But it's
Okay,
way
so then
more
the argument.
difficult. It's way more complex when you have China and BRICS and all this shit jumping through the fucking roof.
You
And
talked
World War
about that. You
Three
talked
on.
about the Shah, right?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
isn't we took out the Shah and we've installed sort of the regime we see today, in
Yeah.
large part, right?
Yes.
So now taking out this shitty regime for a more progressive one, like more akin to the Shah, that also justifies Islamic extremism. Both ends of it.
I know there's no justification for Islamic extremism. Don't put
Oh,
that on me.
the
I'm saying
cause, okay.
we
It
shouldn't do
justifies
any of
the
this
rationale.
installment. This has never worked. Okay,
I
this
don't
never.
disagree. I don't disagree. The problem is the
You know,
mentality that you have here is like, well, the reason they're doing this is because we attack. So if they wanted to get a nuclear weapon, we should just let them because, they're only upset because we fucked with them in the past. But trust me, if they got a nuclear weapon, they wouldn't use it nefariously whatsoever. It would just purely be a shield. I don't believe that.
no, we could. I mean, like this whole thing is just based off of doing cyclical shit forever, dude. You don't see
No,
that?
it's not. Right? I think there's a difference. I put a difference. The difference in our position is I think that given Iran's stance and their public acknowledgement of how much they hate the United States, right, and want death to Americans and American leaders, right? I think that we should not leave them get a nuclear weapon. Where we'll agree is I'm not so sure they were close to it. That might be
Yeah,
bullshit. But we're
yeah.
talking, you're like based on the hypothetical, because what I'm trying to say to you is if we could agree, like, all right, they shouldn't get a nuke, and it's true that our negotiators went in there and they're like, look, we're 60% of the way there. We already have enough shit for 10 nuclear bombs. That's troubling. And I can understand, even if it's not the direct decision I would make, Trump's team being like, well, we can't fucking allow this. And it's not because of policies that Trump's made, but it's because of the history in the region. Whether you want to blame the United States' history and actions of the reason or not. The point is, like, you can't put that at the feet of Trump. What happened in the 50s, that's not Trump,
No,
And
I
so it's
don't.
like, what do you do now? If I was president and I got evidence that I believed, like, look, they're clearly, our intel says they fucking hate Americans and they're going to bomb American troops and shit in the region. And if they had the power, they would fucking wipe out America. And they are months away from a nuclear bomb. I may, as president, be like, well, we can't allow that. Now,
Well, Intel said a lot of things over the last 20,
I
30
don't
years.
trust. I might also say, fuck you, Intel people. I don't believe you. That's
Yeah, that's
probably
what I
what I
think.
would say. But
Yeah,
but no, that's not just what you think, because you also think even if that intel was true, you'd say, fuck it, let them have the bomb.
yeah.
That's where we
Leave them
differ.
the hell alone because I mean,
No.
like they've been planning this stuff since Iraq, correct?
Probably before then. Would be
Yeah,
my
probably
guess.
before that because we keep doing this dumb foo-foo bullshit all day, all night, forever. And they're ready. So we're not ready. We just emptied out a bunch of our troops and put a whole bunch of
But
chicks with
that's what I
dicks
don't
in there.
understand. Well, like then, so what made Obama so based that he
I don't think
gave
he's
pallets
based.
of cash to the Iran? He defied Israel. He did it. The one man that could stand up to Israel. He
Why do you
went to
think
the
that? This is like
noble
such a weird
Iranians.
thing, man. Why do you think I like? You think I like Obama?
No,
What he did, like
I'm
that?
I'm
I don't
saying
know.
I'm saying on this issue, you would have
Mhm.
to acknowledge that Obama did the right thing and stood up to Israel.
Yes.
I disagree.
I think in more of a sense than like, there's nothing in the Epstein files. Israel's our greatest ally all day, all night. We got to do this for Israel. Miriam Adelson gave me all this money. The Adelsons come in and get whatever they want whenever they want. Like, come on, man. Like, it's
I
pretty
think the
obvious.
idea that Israel is so powerful and so ubiquitous that they've basically controlled both the Republicans and Democrats, except Obama. Somehow they dropped the ball on that. And
Well,
except our
that's not true
let me
either.
finish. Except our academic circles, they dropped the ball on that. And except our entertainment industry, they dropped the ball on that. In those places, right, it is overwhelmingly Israeli hatred. And like somehow this damn near ever powerful coalition in Israel, they just can't get into those spaces. I don't believe that. I think a better explanation is they are a powerful lobbying group, but they're not as powerful as people make them out to be. And Trump specifically, I don't think that he's just kowtowing to Israel. I think that probably he's believing shit and it might be bullshit. That's certainly possible and possibly even likely. But I think he believes this is in the benefit of the United States. That in his eyes, he's like, I think these motherfuckers are going to get weapons and they're going to deploy them against the United States or U.S. bases, etc. I don't think that it's just like, I have no interest in this, but I owe money to Israel, so fuck it, we got to fight their war. I don't think it's that
I don't
simple.
think that's, you're giving me a bunch of reasons that I haven't stated. And as for
Uh,
the Obama remark, I mean, his attacks on Libya and shit like that, those are also part of the clean break memo. He could afford to not say yes to Iran. That's a
But
lot
it's one
more
thing to
for him.
not say. But wait. It's one
So
thing to be
these
like,
are
now,
things that have to be spread
no.
out over time.
It's one thing to be like, hey, I'm not gonna fucking bomb Iran. It's another thing to be like, I'm gonna send them $6 billion in cash. That's a different, right? You understand? That's different. It's one thing to ignore them. It's another thing to directly benefit them. And that's the argument, and I've heard this argument you want to make is, well, this was Israel's plan too. Send Iran this money knowing that they would spend it on Hezbollah, which would then justify an October 7th type attack, which would then give Israel the justification to wipe all this shit out. I mean, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, maybe. But
No, my arguments are none of these. My arguments from the beginning is that every president has to stick a thumb up their ass to a degree. And since we're at the very end, this is like the last country, unless you look at the patches of the IDF or the Greater Israel Project, and you have Egypt and parts of other, Turkey and shit. But
but
like, it's not
but no,
an
no,
ending
but
thing.
what I'm saying is, but I'm making a direct contradiction to that. I'm saying that on this key issue of Iran, that Israel would have such a vested interest in against, it's not that Obama just ignored what they wanted. He did the exact opposite of what they wanted. And so if your argument is every president has to kowtow to Israel to some degree, and Obama did it with Libya,
Yeah,
maybe,
there
but
you
it
go.
was
That's
more.
my
But
answer.
no. Okay, so he does nothing on Iran and he bows on Libya. That I can
Mhm.
believe. He completely goes against Israel on Iran. He gives billions of dollars, something that Israel would have hated more than bombing of Libya.
Yeah, we've given money to several of these other countries too before we blew the shit out of them. Is that correct?
But that's over different administrations.
Yeah, I
Okay,
know.
so
That's
then
not
I'm
a.
asking specifically about the 8 years of Obama. We did not bomb the shit out of Iran then. We gave them a bunch of money.
Yeah, we bombed the shit out of Libya, Afghanistan,
Right, but
and
you're
everyone else.
again, you're not addressing my point though. I
Yeah.
think that a fair criticism would be that Israel would have hated what Obama did with Iran more than they would have liked what he did with Libya. And so, if every president has to bow down to Israel to some degree, I don't think that would suffice. I think Israel would have been pissed. And whatever leverage they have over all presidents, which is the argument, they would have deployed against Obama. Instead, Obama's allowed to leave and basically continue to be the cause celeb for the Democratic Party.
Well, Obama had like a bulletproof veneer to him to begin with. Like he was just full of shit. Like I'm black, my family fell for the Obama shit.
So
So,
Israel couldn't have leverage on Obama because he was
wait,
black?
I never said that's not even an argument I'm making.
Okay.
I'm saying he had social like buttressing against a lot of this shit, and he did blow up virtually every other country. Also, October 7th didn't happen during his administration at all. Israel's in a very tight spot in terms of economic visage. Like everyone's like shitting on them right now, and they're trying to get the job done as quickly as possible. I think those things
I
factor
don't
in.
know how that I
As
don't know any
far
of
as
that's
giving Iran money, like I said earlier, like we gave all these other countries money. We funded Al Qaeda. We did a whole bunch of other stuff. So
okay, okay,
it's
but
not out of the the norm. All these things have been done before. My
first off,
whole argument.
everything you said there is non-responsive. The October 7th happened. Now, all of that's non-responsive to the specific claim I'm making right now. If
All right, I'm
Barack
sorry.
Obama, like every president, is under the thumb of Israel, why would he do something that Israel despised so much? More than anything he did that would have benefited, which was the final boss that Israel's interested in, Iran. He was literally giving them billions of dollars to arm Hezbollah and basically giving them a nuclear option deal that would have basically allowed them to skirt the rules and advance enrichment if they wanted. Like
Yeah,
that's
they
so
had a
why
thumb
would
up.
so Israel would have been furious about that. And my question is, if Israel is so powerful, and then you're like, well, Obama, this is sort of what you said. You're like, Obama's sort of bulletproof because he's black. That's non-responsive.
That's such a like not like I know you're trying got to get clips, but dude, I'm saying socially he could afford some damage by comparison. That's kind of a non sequitur. What I'm saying.
Okay,
Like
you
I said,
brought
my
it up.
whole argument
It's
in
not
this.
a non sequitur. You brought it up. You're coming up with reasons why Israel couldn't have leverage over Obama. And your first argument is
I
because he's
didn't say
black.
he didn't have. I never said that they didn't have leverage over
Okay, then
Obama.
what you're saying is non-responsive to my question.
I
My
said that
question
he
is talking
blew up.
about if Israel has so much power and they have like all this control over US presidents, how did Obama slip through their fingers? And now you're saying, "Oh, I'm giving you a bunch of responses that have nothing to do with the question you asked."
Yeah, my answer to your question is that they did have Obama. He did these things as part of the clean break memo, like every other president did.
He did not. Again, you cannot contend with the fact that what he did with Iran would have angered Israel more than it would have pleased Israel
I
what
don't
he
think
did
it
with
would.
Libya.
I
Of
don't
course
think
it
they
would.
care. Like if they're doing that to create Hezbollah, that will create more problems and more invitation for us to attack Iran later. Then it's totally fine.
So earlier when I said, unless your theory is that Israel wanted Obama to give them this money because it would have gave money to Hezbollah to have an October 7th type attack that Israel would then use as justification, you said, I'm not saying that. Now that
Yeah.
is exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess it is. Like I'm not I'm not the best debate. It's my first time even talking to you. I watch your show all the time.
But
But I
it's not a matter of debate. It seems that you've directly changed your
no,
position.
I haven't changed my position. I said I wouldn't say that. Not saying that I don't know. I just don't know. But
Oh,
going back from the
but can
cyclical
I
history.
real quick?
Mhm.
Can I just say then? I think what this shows is like there is zero evidence that would be able to convince you because if Trump comes out tomorrow and like fucking's like, you know what, we're done with this and we're gonna send a bunch of fucking missiles to Iran to protect them from Israel, you'd be like, shrewd move. Clearly Israel wants this because we know that those
No, I
bombs will then
wouldn't.
be used to
I'd be
attack
like,
Israel,
thank
which
God
would then
Trump
give
stood by
Israel
something for once.
justification. Because now you're literally saying, well, Obama gave money to Iran because that's what Israel wanted.
No,
That's
dude, you keep coding me with all this different paints that
That's
I'm not
literally what you
asking
just
for.
said. You
No,
literally just said,
no,
let me,
you
okay,
just
wait.
stated.
Before you go on, I first said, unless your argument is that basically Israel wanted Obama to give this money because Iran would have then used that money to give to Hezbollah to have an October 7th like attack, which would justify them. And you said no. Then you said, actually, yes, that is what I'm saying. Now I'm saying, okay, it seems like that no matter what happens, you'll use that as proof of your claim because now you're literally saying they gave money to Israel or gave money to Iran and that's what Israel wanted. And now you've transitioned back to, no, that's not what I'm saying. So what is it? What
Well,
is your
these are like
theory as to
three
Obama
different.
giving this money?
These are like three different answers and questions. So, like, I
Yes,
think it's
why
a
not just
possi-
one answer that you believe? Just tell me
I
what you
think it's a
believe.
possibility that they would allow that. I don't see that as out of. Iran is another country on the other. Out of all the other countries on the memo, we've pumped money into all these other countries,
I don't
right?
understand how this is responsive to my question.
I don't see how it's not. I don't see, like, you initially, what did you ask me about Israel? Initially, your question about Israel is, do I think that all these presidents are like cucked to Israel? I'm not some name 'em dude who's just like, oh, Israel controls absolutely everything. Like, I understand all these other things.
You said that they have their finger up the ass of every presidency.
Yeah, to a degree is what I stated.
Okay. So my point is,
So
if that's the
you
case,
give them a little salt and pepper, and they give you a little bit of something else.
Yeah, but I think that, but what we're saying is that this means you would do things that overarchingly was pleasing to Israel when it came to foreign policy. Sure, I'll still man your position. Like, Israel might be like, they don't give a fuck what you do in gay marriage, or maybe you do think they have it. But regardless, say to me, there's a bunch of domestic policy that Israel's like, we don't give a shit about. Here's the things we care about. We care about Libya. We care about Iran. We care about Syria, right? That's basically the argument. You're not saying they control our fucking tax, progressive tax policy or healthcare, right? That's sort of what you're saying.
Yeah,
that's fair. I think there's a difference between. There's a difference between people that are like, Israel literally controls every bill that comes. I don't think you're saying that, right?
No.
But what I'm saying is, on that foreign policy shit, if it's true that Israel had all of this influence, you would expect each administration to be doing things on net foreign policy wise that Israel liked. And I think that's not the case with the Obama administration. I think with the Obama administration, the biggest threat to Israel is Iran, right? And them giving money and a path to a nuclear device to Iran was like the biggest slap in the face to Israel, more than they would have been happy with Obama for bombing Libya. And this is the problem, because I think that, I'll admit to being a little simplistic in my viewing of these things. I think that one of the problems I have is, if it was all Israel, rah, 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 Republicans and Democrats, and I think at one point it was that, then it's like, okay. But what catches me up about the Israel thing is, there seems to be another very strong faction in the United States with a lot of institutional power that fucking despises Israel, that despises them and wants them fucking wiped out. Like our campuses, the entertainment industry. I would put the Obama faction in that. They fucking hate Israel. They're literally trying to, like, basically arm Iran. And so for me, it's like, I don't know. Like, I'm willing to entertain the idea. I think that it's absolutely true that there's a ton of fucking, not just foreign, but lobbying and fucking money that goes in. Me and you aren't the type of people our government's interested in. They don't give a fuck, right? But I don't think it's so simple as it's just Israel. I don't think it's that simple.
No. And I'd say it's a giant chunk of it, though, like the vast majority. I don't see us do any of this for, like, Australia or, like, Turkey or Niger or Zimbabwe,
But again, there you say it's a vast majority. Then why were they going to sign off on Obama giving these fucking pallets of cash to Iran?
I don't think they care.
You don't think they cared?
No. If they look at all the other countries they had lined up and taken out, they know they can get it when they need it.
No, I don't think so. I think that's like a bridge too far for me to believe. I'm willing to entertain a lot of what you're saying here, but that seems to be, how long would they have not cared? Like, let's say after Obama that Hillary's a weird case. I think Hillary would have probably fucking been more neocon than George W. Bush. Nonetheless, but Obama largely was, other than the Iran deal. When you look at Obama's foreign policy, it's very similar to W. Bush's foreign policy. If you didn't see the dates and know who the presidents were, you'd be hard-pressed to show the delineation. That's when we had a change of administrations. Like the dronings continued and, this, that, and the other. But, I think that, like, let's say we go from Biden to Kamala, right? And let's say that, they continue to be, all of a sudden she's pro-Iran. She's, the nuclear deal, send them their money, blah, blah, blah. Excoriating Israel. She's kowtowing to the left portion of her base that hates Israel, and there's a lot of that in the left as well, right? I don't think that Israel would have just shrugged their shoulders and said, we don't care. If they're as all-powerful, I don't want to say all-powerful, if they're as powerful as you're claiming, I think at some point they're going to be like, no. And they're going to exercise whatever influence they have. So when you're like, well, during the Obama and Biden administrations, where they're doing like these sort of Iran deals, but Israel just didn't care. I don't believe that. Not if Israel is this powerful force that everyone says that's so geopolitically interested in taking out their enemies. I don't think they're going to take a chance on, we know that someone will win the next election that's more malleable. Either they have that influence or they don't, and I don't
I
think
think
they
they're in a
have.
particular situation now that it's like I said earlier, they're in a nut, like their balls are sweating, I'm sure. Or like after October 7th, and then the next 2 years of defending yourself straight, and every country like having, what is it, the ICC having like warrants out and all this stuff, like that's a lot of heat.
The ICC's horse shit. No one gives a
Yeah.
shit.
Well,
Uh,
yeah. Regardless if you do or don't, like the average Israeli person who was told that this place is safe for Jewish people to live, and then it looks like Six Flags over Atlanta, except for more
I
and
think
more.
that I think that I think that my feeling is Israel probably has a lot of influence, and I think that
Yeah,
there's certainly politicians and intel people that are part and parcel with Israel, and they're gonna advance the same like neocon geopolitical agenda that they the fucking
yeah,
Lindsey Graham's would have wanted anyways.
right.
But I don't think they're as pervasive as people say. Is it possible that Trump made these decisions purely because he's under the influence of Israel and he knows it? That's possible. My gut feeling is that's not the case. I don't think it's because he's taking money from the Adelsons or they have a tape of him on the Epstein file or whatever. I think Trump is believing his intel people. Now, you might say, okay, but his intel people are just bought and paid for by Israel. Maybe that could be the case. My default position is I'm not going to give Trump the benefit of the doubt that I wouldn't have given Biden or Kamala, and therefore I didn't trust the intel agencies under them, and I ain't going to trust them under Trump. And so I say I don't fucking like this conflict. I
Yeah,
just don't think when you're coming in with the doom and gloom like this is World War III, it's all over.
I
I
do
don't
think
think
it's
it's
World
that
War
much.
Three.
I don't think it's going to be that bad. I could be wrong. I don't think it's going to be that bad, and I don't think that it's like the exclusive blame of Israel to the extent that maybe not you, but so many other people are putting it. Now,
They're
is
the
this something
worst
that Israel
girlfriend of all time, dude.
What's that?
They are the worst girlfriend, the worst side hoe in history. I have never seen
We should
so
never
many
give
fights.
Israel. We should now. Let me ask you another question then, right? Because this, what you saw Joe Kent talking about was sort of Israel made the attack happen because Rubio said we knew that Israel was about to attack, which would have led to retaliations against the United States, right?
Yeah,
You heard Rubio say this, or you've heard Joe Kent?
yeah,
Okay, so let me ask you this, because we're probably similar with our foreign policy. I would say that I don't want to put words in your mouth. I consider myself sort of a non-interventionist, not completely, but fair starting position for me. Would you put yourself in a similar category?
yeah,
Okay, so like as that, I would be like, fuck you, Israel, fuck you, Palestine, fuck you, Iran. We're out. We're not sending
yeah,
any money. Fuck you.
yep,
We'll trade. We'll,
yep,
we'll happily trade. And by the way, this was Trump's speech in Riyadh, which I loved and I praised. It was like, this is great. That is the way it should be, right? In that world, does Israel have the right to attack Iran?
yeah. And Iran has the right to do the Diamond Dallas Page diamond cutter on Israel, like it's been doing.
Sure, got
Right.
it. Okay,
Yeah.
so if let's assume that world exists, and Israel's like, hey, we're going to attack. Me and you would be like, I don't give a fuck. Have at it. If
Mhm.
in that world we had spies in Iran that was like, as soon as Israel attacks, we're killing Americans. Do we have the right to intervene?
Yeah, if they did that.
Only once they do it, not if our intelligence shows they're about to.
All right, I don't trust. This is
That's
the
fair. Not
hypothetical
trusting.
has to be.
No, no, no. That
After weapons of mass destruction and all, like it's I'm 40, 20 years of my life has been this.
But listen, forget about whether or not you trust it. If that was accurate, would we be justified in intervening?
Yeah,
Okay, now that's fair. The question is, do we trust shit? That I get. And that's where I'm at with you.
yeah,
I don't think it's unreasonable to believe that Iran would have attacked American bases and shit. You want to know why? Because they attacked Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and Qatar.
and that
So
they
when they're
attacked our bases in Saudi Arabia
right,
and Qatar,
but they
our
also
bases
attacked.
there,
But they also
because we're
attacked.
attacking them
No,
from
no, no,
our
no.
bases
They
there.
also attacked areas that wasn't just our bases.
Mhm. Yeah,
And so I think it would be reasonable at that point to think that Iran would have said, fuck this for years. The United States and Israel have been allies. And so we're going to attack Israel and its allies. I don't think that's unreal. I think that sounds
Yeah,
believable.
in a
That
world
doesn't sound
where
like a WMD bullshit lie to
yeah,
me.
in a world where we weren't lied to day in and day out for 30 years, like every single thing coming out is like 2 weeks away, 2 weeks to stop the spread. Like in a world where that never happened and we had an honest government, we wouldn't even be having this conversation
But
because we
that
wouldn't have
that may
gone
be,
into
but
fuck up
we
Iran to
don't.
begin with.
Right. I mean, but the problem is it's not really useful to look at the world in a vacuum and say, or to look at the world and be like, if things have been different 40 years ago, things would be different now. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, if we wouldn't have sold out and became the world police and fucking Reagan wouldn't have given an amnesty deal, we'd probably be a manufacturing leader of the world and all be fucking super happy. Sure. Like, great. I agree. Right. But we talk about that to the extent of what do we do going forward? Trump's coming into office, and if we're looking at the Trump administration, all of the decisions made in the past have happened. He doesn't get to hit a button and change what happened 20 years ago or 50 years ago. So, in that world, even if he's like, look, we ain't doing it, we aren't attacking. I agree with you that we should have a healthy distrust of the intel agencies. What I'm saying is there are different types of claims that the intel agencies can make. Like, for example, if the FBI tells me, Rob, if you stick that penny in the light socket, it's going to shock the shit out of you. I don't go, that must be a lie. Fuck these intel agents. They're always lying. I would say, yeah, that makes sense based on what I know. The same is true here. It's one thing for the intel agencies to say, trust this dude, they're 2 weeks away from the bomb. I agree, fuck you. That's the type of lie we've heard over and over, right? It's another thing if they're like, look, if Israel attacks, fucking Iran's gonna go nuts and they're gonna hit US interest and Israeli interest. They are. And if that's true, and I think there's a good likelihood that that was true, did the United States have the right to preemptively attack? And you were like, yeah. Now, if your point is, I just don't believe that would have been true, that's fair enough. I
Yeah,
can't
that's a
convince you.
completely different argument. This depends on like if Satan was God or something.
No,
You
no,
know,
no, no.
you
It's
know,
not
it
a
could
different
was
argument.
evil.
This isn't a different. This is
Well,
literally
it's all
real quick,
couched
real
on.
quick, real
Mhm.
quick. This is literally the prevailing argument now that we see like Joe Kent out there making. That's literally the argument he's making. And this is the argument that the opposition to Trump is running with. The reason that Israel's at fault is because they're the ones that dictated when the attack was going to be. And Marco Rubio admitted when that attack happened, there was an imminent threat to U.S. lives. That's why the United States had to join the attack. So this isn't a crazy
Marco
hypothetical. This
Rubio
is
said
the
that.
argument that they're making.
Mhm. I don't trust Marco Rubio. I trust Joe Kent more than I trust Marco Rubio. To be fair,
But
but
Joe Kent is saying, I believe Marco Rubio that this was the rationale.
yeah,
That's what Joe
well,
Kent's saying.
okay, well,
Now
I
the
don't know.
question is where you're going to disagree is you're going to say, yeah, okay, I agree, or well, that's Joe Kent says the reason that they did this was because Israel's about to attack. You're just going to say, I don't take them on face value that our intel showed that they were about to attack U.S. soldiers, which
Yeah,
is
my
fair.
number
That's
one
a fair
thing
position.
is I'm tired of sticking my big black balls on a piping hot stove for 20 years.
Well, that
And
might
it's
be.
the
I
same
don't disagree.
hot stove we keep touching.
I
And
don't
we're like,
disagree. I
there's a
don't disagree. But
possibility
if
it
we
won't burn us. And it's like, no, dude, I got scar tissue going all the way down my tank. I
listen,
know it burns.
now listen. I'm
Mhm.
not going to beat the allegations that people are claiming I'm becoming more gay on this show with people talking about their black
Oh,
balls and
well,
taints. It's not
well,
helping, right?
well,
Like next thing you know, they'll be saying, "See, the Jews got the rub. Now his show's more
it
gay."
does.
You know,
It's chiseled
so
now.
yeah. So but the point I'm trying to make is like it's one thing to I'm with you, right? I think that you could be like, listen, the problem is in a vacuum, in a hyper specific thing, every single action that we know has resulted in fucking stupid foreign policy decisions could have been justified at the time. But Rob, what if Gaddafi does gas his own people? What if? Wouldn't we stop that if we knew? And I might be like, now personally, I'd probably be like, no. But let's say I'd say, okay, hypothetically, that'd be bad. If we could save 100,000 people from being gassed, we should. Okay, fine. There you go. Then that justifies it. The problem is, it's like, yeah, but you could say that about anything. Like, you could literally say, should Trump be allowed to press a button and take me out? And you would probably be like, no, that's fucking ridiculous. But what if Rob was about to deploy a WMD? Then wouldn't you? And you'd be like, yeah, I guess, but get the fuck out of here, right? That's stupid. That you could justify anything with that rationale. That I get. But what I'm trying to do is not fall in the other trap, which is just like, well, because I've been lied to over and over again, then I have to say anytime that there's any intervention, that it must be the most bullshit reason ever. Like, me and you would both agree, even though we're default non-interventionists, we're probably not pacifists, and there is a time and a place for when intervention would be necessary. We
Yeah.
just don't believe the agents that tell us anymore because they've lied over and over.
Yeah. To
So the
get us
point,
into further dangerous situations that can end in severe nuclear apocalypse. I'm not a big fan of
I
that.
I don't
I
know
like
that
Ali
I don't
Sheedy
know
from
that
The
we're
Breakfast Club. I don't like nuclear apocalypse. That's
I don't
something I
know that
don't
I
like.
don't know what. Okay, how soon? I'll get to there in a second. So, anyways, the point I'm trying to make is so then
Mhm.
I'm trying to evaluate the evidence the best I can, with my default position being a severe lack of trust. This claim about like Iran would fucking lash out against the US, I don't know, that sounds pretty believable given the actions they've taken in the past and the actions they've taken since the attack, where they're attacking groups that weren't involved and they're still attacking them.
As
And
far as
so
we
it's
know, they're not involved. And this is another thing. It's like there's this time release truth like comes in a capsule about everything that they release 10 years later after the fact. You know, Ukraine has like chemical weapon scientist shit happening in Ukraine that was a lie until it wasn't. Epstein, you know, did himself in until he didn't, you know, all kinds of stuff. There's a time released honesty. And I've learned over time to not trust any of these things, that these people had nothing to do with it, that I mean, we're doing black ops over there. We're doing all kinds of stuff that we have no idea exists. And these,
yeah, but so's
they seem to
Iran,
be, they
you know.
seem to be pretty like laid back for someone who just wants to destroy us all the time. It just doesn't. It seems like we're over in someone else's shit when we shouldn't be over in someone else's shit. And then we see something, we can't put two and two together because there's 80% of the other shit happening. And you know, what do you do from there? We don't know what's happening.
Like we do, would you agree with this that that Khomeini had several times said like death to America, death to like Trump?
Yeah, and I don't blame him for saying that, because if someone did some severe shit to me over and over again for 50 years, then I would probably be pretty pissed off at somebody like that.
Okay, so then should I then? So let's say that if Trump immediately gets in 2025, and he's like,
Mhm.
okay, we're out. We're done giving Israel any money. We're fucking out. We're pulling all of our bases out of Europe, all of them out of the Middle East, right? Do you think that Khomeini all of a sudden would be like, okay, no longer death to America?
I don't know,
I
and
don't think he would.
I don't know, and I don't care. Like I just don't, like we're
Well, I
spending.
do. There's where I draw the line. I care about them trying to kill Americans. That I care about.
Yeah,
That I
well, this
care
is
about the mass influx of fucking Islam invaders that that are antithetical to my way of life, that use violence. That I care about. And
yeah,
so, like, it's not so simple. I think that it's over apologetic to like sort of radical Islam in Iran to be like, well, if they're saying death to America, we kind of deserve it, so we should just sit back and let it happen. Fuck all that.
I don't think we
I
should
don't
let it
care.
happen.
Fuck the CIA. I've argued against the CIA for fucking years. And yet I don't think that that means that my family's justified to die in a terror attack.
Yeah, also, like we're making it's a Chinese finger trap situation, right? The more you pull out or pull back or whatever, I shouldn't say that on YouTube, the stronger the like attachment gets. Like we keep making it worse. My only thing is I don't think we should just lie down and not do anything. We should pull our troops out, focus on our border and protecting our borders, no matter which direction they come
I
from.
don't
So
disagree, but the problem is, what I'm saying is like it is not as it like it is not as I don't, this is terrible to say and I'm going to get shit, right?
mhm.
Like let's say that you saw a leader like Gaddafi and you were like, "Oh man, Gaddafi's going to do real bad shit to his own country." I sort of don't care. I care, morally, I care. And if I
Yeah,
could press a button, I would change it. But I don't care in the sense that my government has lied to me over and over while selling out the people of this country. And as an excuse to do foreign policy bullshit to enrich themselves and their allies, they fucking lied to me over and over at the expense of the people in this country. So at this point, I say, even if it's true, time to come back. Fucking stop it, right? That's what I'd say.
mhm.
So that, but if the argument is Gaddafi's coming to kill you, I'm more interested. I'm
Yeah,
still
if
not going
that's
to
a
say I
fact.
believe it. I'm not going to say, oh, I believe it because the FBI told me. But that's on my radar of shit I'm interested in. The
Yeah,
situation has been, we've been bullshitted so many times that I no longer need, well, but their democracy. Like, I don't give a fuck. It's not an argument to me. Well, we got to send billions of dollars to help the noble Ukrainian people because I know the people that are telling us to send over that money don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian people. If the argument was Russia literally is about to attack the United States, I'd probably say that's bullshit. I don't believe the intel. But if that was true, if the argument was true, I'd say that does interest me.
Yeah,
Even if it's like, well, yeah, but Rob, it was just going to be left wingers in California. I don't give a fuck. That's Americans. Like, that's a different game to me based on what. Now, I'm not saying that an American life objectively in the eyes of God is worth more than a Ukrainian life, but I'm saying as a country, yes, I want my country to defend the people of my country, and I care less about the people of other countries. I don't want them out there intentionally harming people of other countries. So all I'm saying is, that's why I'm unpersuaded by, yeah, but the Iranian regime killed 30,000 protesters. Did they? Or is that bullshit? But let's say they did. Does that justify us attacking? Probably not, in my opinion. I would say no. Fuck it. If that was the reason, I'm sorry, no. I'm absolutely sorry. That's not worth it. If the argument is they're going to try to kill Americans, and it might be because of shit we did in the past, that might be. We're still going to prevent them from killing Americans. That I want. The problem is, do we trust... But this is what I'm saying. So it's like Khomeini's difficult, right? Gaddafi, I don't recall him ever being like death to Americans. Khomeini said it over and over. And Islam shows that they're willing to fucking do it. Like, they definitely believe that we're all kafirs and fucking they could come and they could wipe it. That's true. They believe that. That doesn't mean Israel's the good guys. But the problem is, like, the mentality that's like, well, it's what's done is done. We understand why Khomeini wants to kill Americans. It's time to just live and let live and live them over there. They're going to try to kill Americans eventually. And now I'm not saying that doesn't mean that we couldn't do other things, that we couldn't like try an aggressive policy of diplomacy or some like fucking clandestine actions, like maybe an assassination, maybe a color revolution, like shit like that doesn't rise to the level of fucking dropping bombs. Those are things I'd like to see tried beforehand. But what I'm saying is we are in agreement, and I think a healthy distrust of our intel agencies and how they'll use this in perpetuity. But I think we're in disagreement on if the things the intel agencies are saying are true, would that justify intervention? I think it would. I still don't trust them. That's why I'm still against it.
We have no access to the truth is the whole problem with this argument is we have no access to it. And they've lied 99.9% of the time. So
that's exactly the point, right? Why would we believe a liar? If I lie to you every day in a row for 5 days, right? On the 6th day, I might be telling the truth, but you're like, why am I going to fucking believe you? Unless you can show me proof. I agree with you there. That's where I'm at. And I don't accept, well, it's now magical because it's Trump. No, sorry. It's still the same type of people that are running the show overarchingly. Like, I could show you the people that bullshitted us and all these other things. You think they've been kicked out of the military? You think they've been kicked out of the CIA? Of course not. Brennan's gone, a couple other top people, but the real people that are like doing the meat and potatoes work, they're still there. So ultimately, I don't like this attack. I still don't think it's going to lead. That's the next point I want to talk about. I don't like the attack, but I think that you go too far, and it's like, well, even if they do want to kill us, we should, and they're trying to get a bomb, we should let them. I think that's fucking crazy.
They're always going to want to kill us, number one.
And trying to get a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, the same way North Korea has a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, but North Korea isn't out there saying death to Americans. There's not North Korean people or people that share the North Korean culture that are in the United States committing terror attacks as we speak.
I wouldn't be so sure about them not saying death to Americans. Like once again, the intel agencies aren't separate from the media that we receive. It's like the fourth or whatever branch of government. It's like the joke about, Operation Mockingbird style shit, where it's just a whole bunch of like obvious like CIA people like Anderson Cooper and
but there's also propaganda from the other side. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
The same with like the Israel Gaza shit. Like both sides fucking suck. They do, and both sides are feeding you a line of bullshit. But the problem is, I think their hatred of Israel for some people is so strong that they'll believe anything that the other side says. So yeah, while I agree, I fucking agree that there's just like Ukraine, Russia. Everything you hear is bullshit. Both sides have an incentive to bullshit you. So I get you're right. We have Operation Mockingbird. We have this huge control. But like even the European countries that are so interested in blatantly controlling information, they're sort of wishy-washy on this, right?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, again, I know they're bad dudes. I know they're propagandists. I know they're globalists. So why all of a sudden are they not on with this agenda? What is it about this particular thing that they're not so excited about, it seems?
Probably because it's a very dangerous apocalyptic suffix attached to this sentence.
somehow they've separated themselves from the globalists they collaborate with all the other time. It just seems
Well,
odd to
it
me.
might not be their part to play. They might have to play a different part.
I
Like the
mean,
idea of global governance is that the United States economically needs to be dropped down to a level equivalent to other countries in order to,
so
for some
then
form of
why would they be
equivalence.
against this if this is clearly going to lead to that?
No, I mean, they could say they're just not going to join in.
I mean, I don't know. To me, it just seems like I think that you're going too far. I agree with you, and people can make this criticism. Aren't you sort of doing the same thing? Yeah, but not as far. And it is a threshold argument. It really is. I think you go too far, and it's like you're to the point where it's like almost anything that could happen, you'll always be able to say, but this could still be Israel's plan. It could still
Yeah,
be Israel's plan because,
it's
I
beyond
mean,
Israel.
well, or whatever, who's controlling Israel's plan? Because you're literally able to be like, even if the administration's giving money to arm and giving a path to a nuclear weapon to Iran, that too could be Israel's plan. And so it's hard to then envision a world where it's like, well, what sort of evidence could exist that would like let you know that like, oh, okay, we're heading in a right direction? Because anything that happens, I could just rebut. Trust me, this is Israel's plan. It's a delaying game for them.
Look,
They now
judging by
realize they didn't have the goods now, and so they could delay. And so now they're going to push for American politicians to seem to be anti-Israel for the next 12 years. But trust me, it's all part of Israel's plan. I don't trust any of these motherfuckers.
what do
Like,
they need? Like, I'm not like I said before. I'm not a name 'em guy, right? What does Israel need to come out and say for you to understand like like? Does the clean? Do you know the clean break memo stuff?
yeah.
Is that not like a devastating like if something came out in 1993 and told you what you're going to eat for breakfast for the next 15 years and you found it and you looked at it and you're like, holy shit, would
Oh,
that
no, no,
not
no.
be a
But
compulsive
no, no, no.
like
I agree that we could infer Israel's motivations and what they think's best for them. That I don't disagree with. The question is, how much control do they have over the United States action? That's where we're disagreeing.
it seems to be extremely devastating.
Well, I don't think that it's as much as you're saying. And the problem is, I'm like, here's the problem. You think that that power is so significant, even when actions are taken that at face value seem to be completely antithetical to Israel. You're like, but maybe not. Maybe that is
Yeah,
more. So,
I've
like,
learned to say maybe that over Al
okay,
Qaeda,
but
over ISIS, over everything else that we funded and then destroyed later. We make friends. We make friends with their enemies. We arm their enemies. They fight each other. Then we arm the next enemy. We keep doing that. We keep taking land. We've done this. It's not like I'm coming. I've learned to be skeptical of all of this out of just out of
also,
having recognition.
I hate to cheat, but I'm
Mhm.
gonna have to watch. Have you watched the Coleman Hughes versus Dave Smith debate? My
No.
friend Imaginarium says that he demolished the clean break memo. I have to look into it. I'm aware of what the memo says.
Yeah, it's another thing where like, like the Jaffe memo where it's like, it can't be true. It's like, well, if it comes out in 67 or 93 and it describes a plan that is clearly being funded and like it
The point, the point I'm trying to like, let's take it
Mhm.
analytically to like a different thing, right? Like,
Mhm.
if you said my theory is rob the bank in town, right? Like, oh, your bank gets robbed, and you're like, my theory is it was robbed. And you start to put to a bunch of things. 7 years ago, Rob mentioned that he would be interested in robbing this bank in town. And, he's been awful chummy with the bank teller there that was the one that got the money, and he, for some reason, didn't hurt her. You have all this circumstantial evidence. And Rob's talked about he's got big plans to buy a new Bugatti coming up and that he fell into a bunch of money, right? And you're like, that's my theory. And that makes sense. You're putting to a bunch of evidence that suggests that's a likelihood. But then all of a sudden it comes out like, actually, we have on camera, Rob was in Japan at a sumo wrestling championship at the time that it was robbed. Here he is, like on a live news footage. It couldn't have been Rob. And you're like, but maybe that's what Rob wants you to think. That's
No,
further evidence that it could have been Rob because he knew it and he could have set this up. And it's like the problem is then once you've made up your mind, there's no evidence that I would be able to present because you could be like, but that's all part of your shrewd plan. Of course you would say that. You don't want to get caught, so you would have these alibis and you would do. And that's what I'm saying. I think there's a danger of going too far with this, where we're like, okay, but here's actions that presidents could have taken that seemed hostile to Israel. Maybe in this instance, Israel didn't have control, and you're like, maybe not. Maybe that just means that Israel was pretending to not have control. And I'm just saying that it's clear to see a line from that to like the name-ems, where it's like, well, it's everything now. Because we could say that, you could draw this line. And even if you point out, like, I remember I was debating a very smart anti-Israel person, and during the Rittenhouse trial, and he told me, Rob, every single person involved in the prosecution of Kyle Rittenhouse is Jewish. I was like, oh, really? And I looked it up, and the first dude's like some black guy named like Ben Smith. I'm like, this guy? And he's like, well, he works for a Jew.
Yeah,
And
maybe
it's
he's
like,
like,
there's
like
no
maybe he's
defeating
like
that argument.
Lenny Kravitz or Chabad Ludacris
Right.
or
Well,
something
that's
like
true.
Black Sabbath. They called him
Hey,
Black
man,
Sabbath in high school. Yeah,
if I'm the Jews, I'm taking Lenny. I'm a big Lenny Kravitz fan, so I would take them. But no, I mean, but you see the point. It's like it becomes irrefutable. It's just like, well, it's
well,
true, and so therefore, any amount of evidence that's ever presented is just more evidence to prove that it's true. And you start to get in these weird, like Candace Owens type rabbit holes. You even have people like Nick Fuentes that's coming out. It's like not everything's a fucking conspiracy. Right. And he agrees more with you. Don't get me wrong on this issue. But I'm just saying, at some point, if we're looking for like, okay, if we're looking for evidence that would disprove this hypothesis, what would that look like? And I don't know in your world what that could ever be. If Trump came out tomorrow and was like, fuck you, Netanyahu, we're pulling out now, right? You could still hypothetically use the same rationale and say, that's because Israel knew they needed, the United States to appear to be anti-Israeli so that 10 years from now they could do Israel's bidding again. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know where we're going with that.
That's an assumption on your point, and what you think I would say. I wouldn't say that at all. I'd say thank God, and I would leave it at that. But for your
Is that what you said about the Iran deal?
as for your bank analogy, you robbing one bank versus six banks, very particular banks in a row, would be an equivalence. And at that point, I would be like, what the hell is going on? Out of all the countries we could have a problem with and should have a problem with, it's these particular countries in a row. It doesn't smell good. And then, like,
but I'm asking you specifically.
Not to mention the countless evidence of like several high up Israeli and American officials stating certain things out loud and in front of cameras for the world to see. Like, it's too much against it. I'm not someone who's
like what? Give me an example, though.
Let's see. I mean, like the clean break memo had like bushes and stuff involved in it. Let's see.
Just give us a rundown.
Now that I'm like all heated up. Yeah, I just don't think. I think if we attack like Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Libya, and all these things, out of all the countries that we should have a problem with and protect our border from, and we have all these other politicians. We have Bibi Netanyahu saying that we need to attack Afghanistan and all this stuff before 9/11. It's just like they've lined up too cleanly for me to just ignore it. And not to mention, we've been in it for 30 something years. It causes, I understand what you mean, whether you could fall into like cognitive dissonance and think that
that's what I'm asking. On this specific, you're like, that's not what I would do. Okay. So then you're basically the same age as me. I'm 41, you're 40. Like when the Iran deal happened, were you like, finally?
No, I didn't really give a shit back then. I was like into like chicken nuggets and hanging out with friends. I wasn't really paying attention to it. Yeah.
I don't know. The other part I'll say about this is your opinion that this will you're pretty confident this will lead to World War III.
I think it's a very large possibility, and I'm an Orthodox Christian, so like there's certain things that Saint Paisios said and some other Greek saints said that are lining up like scarily. They just announced that we're going to go after Turkey next, and that's exactly what one of the saints were saying is like after Iran. So it's
we'll see about Turkey.
It's already planned out ahead, like who we're going to like have. Turkey is the new Iran. Like, are you serious?
Okay,
that's a wild thing to say.
Okay, so then how? If you're right? If you're right that this is going to lead to World War III, what are we looking at in the next year? What would you need to see to be like, yep, this looks like the path? Or what would you need to see to be like, oh, I was mistaken? Like, tell me, you're mentioning Turkey there.
I have no idea. I couldn't taper it down to a year. These things usually take a long time but the heat between Russia, like Russia's already like giving Iran like a bunch of drones and all this stuff. Like it's.
But like, let me give you an example why I say this. I'm not trying to be a dick, right? Like if you're calling in the night that the operation in Venezuela to get Maduro, right? And if you said, I think this is going to lead to World War III, and I said, oh, what do you expect to happen like in the next year? you would probably, if you were like, if you tried to give an answer, be like, well, I think there won't be immediate escalations here, and you'll see like this sort of shit happening in Venezuela. And we haven't seen any of that. That looks, regardless, and I didn't particularly like that action, but that looks like pretty fucking swimmingly as far as that operation.
Venezuela is very different than
I totally
Iran.
agree. Totally agree. But the point that I'm trying to say is, we would still say, if we were going to hypothesize that was going to lead to terrible outcomes, we would say, well, this is what we would expect that to look like if that was coming true. And so I think that because what if, like a month from now, the United States is like, okay, we're ceasing operations, and then there's like there's still, okay, but then would you say, oh, okay, this doesn't look like World War? That's what I'm getting at. That's it. Like, I'm not trying to be like an asshole and like a gotcha question. I'm just saying, what does it look like? What keeps happening, or what's the United States actions look like in the next 3 months, the next 6 months, the next year? If you think this is predictably going to lead to like World War III, where the United States is in a hot war with a coalition, I assume, of like Russia, China, maybe Pakistan, North Korea, some countries like that. That's like what you're anticipating?
Yeah, I think Russia and China would dive in first, especially because more like economic restraints across the world due to the Hormuz situation. I could see other countries, even though Russia is benefiting from it, I could see Iran like forcing other countries to join them at some point in some economic sense.
I don't see that. I'll be honest with you.
You're probably right. I'm not like a big like war like strategy dude,
Like it seemed to be like you said it was a better than not chance is what I was interpreting the way you explained it, that this would happen. I think that what's more likely to occur, I don't disagree that China be pissed, maybe Russia as well, but I think what you're more likely to see is like more economic engagement, or maybe more proxy wars, right? Maybe China's like, all right, well, we're gonna fuck around with Taiwan a little. What are you gonna do? You guys are busy over there and fucking
yeah. That's something that I was listening to on was it World War Now? They're talking about like there's a likelihood of China going after Taiwan.
That seems very plausible. That seems more plausible than like China directly attacks the United States. I think that I'm not saying there's no possibility for like a great war. There is, right? But I think the far more likely possibility is it continues to be like proxy shit. Like, all right, Russia's gonna invade Ukraine, and China's gonna invade Taiwan, and the United States gonna be like, fuck you, we're going into Syria. Like, that's the type of shit that I think we're likely to keep seeing of this like global chess match. I don't think that it's gonna lead to like World War III. I just in that sense. Now, you could make the argument, yeah, but after 20 years of that, what's that fucking look like? Yeah. Right? Then all of a sudden some mistake happens, in certain troops, and then, okay, maybe you could have some miscalc type argument. To be fair, I think that it's not that the frustration with you to begin with was, I'll accept your answer that it was a lag thing, but it becomes increasingly frustrating, like when I ask you, and you were like smug about it, because it seemed like your answer was in direct response to me being like, would Kamala Harris have done this? And you're like, other presidents didn't. And I didn't raise my voice or anything. It was like, oh, so you're saying she wouldn't have. I think that largely she would have, and blah, blah, blah. And you're like, I didn't even say that. Nice try. It's like, what? Why are you being a dick about it? That's what it looked like you said to me. But okay, if there was lag, fine. I accept that.
Yeah, so there was confusion. So you caught me during my refueling stage, and I got a little angry.
But I don't I think that there is. I think what people need to understand from this perspective, right, is from your perspective that maybe disagree with you is, I think that you're probably very similar to me in that we grew up, we're similar age, and we grew up and it was the Iraq War. A lot of younger people don't remember it, right? And it just always seems like that it's always fucking some foreign policy decision before us. It's always that, well, we don't have time to fucking, work on manufacturing in the United States right now because here's a Middle Eastern country. Oh, we got to be in Afghanistan for 20 years. Oh, we got to interfere in Libya. Oh, we got to be in Syria. And it's like, at some point, you're like, this is fucking horseshit. This doesn't benefit us. How is us spending billions, if not trillions? I mean, some estimates say the Afghan war costs trillions of dollars. How does that benefit me? Okay, take out bin Laden. Let's say bin Laden did it. Okay, after that, what the fuck are we doing? Right? Like, it's absurd, and my friends are going over there to die, And it's like, I don't get it. And so you have years and years of this, and this situation occurs. And even if you're like, well, this time it's different. And this time, Iran, there were motivations or rationale that would justify this. And this isn't like the Iraq war. And it's maybe you're right? But you understand why people would have a fucking healthy distrust of this bullshit. I do. And that's where I'm at. I just also am trying to be like, I'm not willing to be like, well, fuck Trump. He's a Zionist puppet. He's a piece of shit. I hate him. I'm voting Democrat. I think
that
that's a
voting
bad.
Democrat is a horrible decision. Like, I mean, like, what is it? That last bill where like Congress wouldn't have to put, something about Congress not having to. I forgot what it was. My brain just shut down. But yeah, they're definitely on the boat as far as like supporting Israel just as much as the Republicans are.
Yeah, and
And they're going to use that as a false, like either or on CNN and all this shit in the next few years.
Let me
So
be clear. I have no problem. Like, I'm tribal as a motherfucker. Like, the people, I predominantly care about rural people. That's my issue because I feel like no one speaks up for them in my country. I guess I don't give a shit about rural people in Afghanistan as much, but you get the point, right? But anyway, you want to fucking be white and speak for white voices, fine. I do that too. You want to be black and speak for black voices, that's fine. You want to be fucking Christian and speak for Christian voices, that's fine. You want to be Jewish and speak for Jewish voices, that's fine too. We're all tribal. I don't blame Israel in this sense, right, for being tribal and wanting to look out for their own group. When it comes to the detriment of me and my group, fuck them. Right? That's how I feel.
The detriment of their own group is the problem.
Well,
it's like they've caused so much damage to their own people.
But there's a difference between taking actions. Like, is there a moral question about are you morally justified to want to look out for your group versus, yeah, but are the actions you're taking actually helping them? That's different. So I'm saying morally, I don't have a problem that it's like, well, Israel's first and foremost interested in Israel and the Zionists. Yeah, I get that. That doesn't mean we have to go along with it. Fuck them. Right? But in the grander scheme of things, okay, that's sort of what I expect. If we didn't have a shitty globalist world, I would expect the government of France was self-interested in the people of France. Right? And so when they're working with the United States, I'm not saying, oh, they're going to stab us in the back, but in the back of my mind, I have, look, they're interested in their people first and foremost. And so, like, any deal, like, for, any deal or, arrangements we have, etc., it's not like, hey, Americans, we love you more than our own people. This is all good for you. Their motivations are going to be, this helps us. This helps our people. So I understand that if Israel's running around saying, we want this because it helps our people, I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with our government going along with it to the extent they do. But I think China does that, and I think Qatar does that, and I think the European Union countries do that, and I fucking hate it all. Fuck them all. Right? I don't give a fuck. I agree with you. The United States shouldn't be in the region to a large extent. But fuck Iran and fuck Khomeini. And if you're going to bluster about death to America and blah, 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 okay, motherfucker, if we find out you're trying to get a weapon, and I don't give a shit if you're like, yeah, but we're justified because what the United States has done for the past 20 years. Maybe so. The analogy I give, if my brother's a huge prick, right? And he's out there causing problems, and objectively he's the problem, and someone wants to come up and punch my brother or my sister, fuck him! I'm taking him out.
Is your brother Israel in this instance, or?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well,
no. My brother's the United States in this instance.
Okay, there we go.
The United States has done bad shit in the past. Agreed. I fucking argue against the left all the time. It's like, okay, like you tell us, we went and we fucked up shit in Syria. Now we have to take in refugees from Syria, which, by the way, is what the left wants in the first place.
That's
to displace
stupid.
the population.
Yeah.
So my solution is stop fucking up shit in Syria, but also close the border and say, no, we're not accepting Syrians. They're the exact opposite. Let's keep fucking shit up. But then we say, oh, we fucked it up, so now we're obligated to take people in. Fuck you. I say no to both of that, right? And so, I just think that, like, there's a danger of underselling that, like, well, Iran, Dave Smith makes this argument, oh, it's just fucking, because we've provoked Iran, so that's why we see terror attacks. No, we were going to see terror attacks either way. There might be more of an enthusiasm for it because of the actions the United States has taken, but that doesn't mean, just like I'm not going to listen to fucking people tell me that me and my family owe reparations, or that me and my family need to give the land back to the fucking Iroquois or some shit because of shit that happened in the 1600s. I ain't going to listen to we have to accept fucking Islamic rule or terror attacks because of shit that the United States did in Iran in the 50s. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the overthrowing of the Shah and stuff. Fuck the CIA. I've spent my entire political career arguing against them, right? But that doesn't mean that it's an acceptable excuse to, like, and Ron Paul made this argument with, like, the Afghanistan war. Like, it's a nuanced argument. I understand it. It's like, if you stick your foot into a nest of vipers, you can expect to get bit. That doesn't mean you don't blame the viper. You still kill the viper. You're like, well, fuck you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. But so that's sort of the position I'm in. I just think that, like, you know, the idea that this is all because of Israel somehow, I don't know. I don't buy it. I think that it could be, but I don't see it that way.
They've all, like, Trump said it was like Israel's going to do this. Like Rubio said it, like Kent said, like everyone just, like, it's what's happening. I understand you want to, like, you don't want to fall into another pit of vipers that might be like naming people and they're like latch onto you, be like, now you have to say everything's Israel.
But
But
no,
like,
but again, we talked about that hypothetical. I think largely in that hypothetical that they're probably right.
Yeah.
If Israel would have attacked and the United States would have said, like, presumably this happens. Like, the Israeli government sits down and they're like, look, here's the deal. We're attacking in a week.
Mm-hmm.
And the United States is like, okay, well, we're not doing it. And then the intel of the United States, they go back, they're like, what's it look like? What do we expect if Israel attacks? War game this out. What's it look like? We stand back, we do nothing. Israel attacks. And they're like, okay, we'll talk to our fucking, you know, people, our spies, whatever. And so they come up with a plan in like 48 hours. And it's like, here's what we expect. Iran's going to immediately lash out. There's going to be terror cells that you see in the United States. There's going to be attacks on this base in Qatar. There's going to be attacks on this base in the UAE. I think that's completely believable. I can't prove it, but that sounds about right, given what we saw the actual response of Iran was. And if you say in that world, yeah, then we would have been justified to be like, okay, then we're going to have strategic strikes to take out their weapons that they would use to strike us. Like, similarly, if we were sitting around, and this would never happen, and this sort of proves your point, but if we were sitting around and, like, the Iranian regime came to Trump and was like, listen, we're going to bomb Israel, right? We're doing it, right? But we have credible evidence that when we do, because, quote unquote, the United States set back and let it happen, they're going to fucking try to assassinate you, or they're going to detonate a bomb in the United States. Then the response for the United States probably should be to bomb Israel. To be like, yeah, we're not going to let that happen. Sorry, if we believe that. Now, the question is, do you believe it was going to happen?
Yeah, the truth is always at the end of the stick. And,
well, but,
you know, it's like,
does it not seem believable that Iran, even if the United States did not engage, given the history of the United States in the region, that if Israel would have attacked and Trump said it wasn't us, that Israel would have lashed out at targets that included U.S. targets?
Yeah.
But that's what we're talking. So you're like, oh, but you're talking about this insane hypothetical. But you're agreeing that basically what Rubio said is probably true. They would have attacked U.S. targets. And you're saying if we thought they were,
shouldn't be there, that we should have, like, I mean, this is going to shoulda, coulda, wouldas, but, like, the whole thing is fucked, is my point with all this long conversation.
But I agree. But again, in this specific incident, the bases are there. The decisions that were made for the past 50 years already occurred. So your Trump administration in this moment, and you're like, yeah, it's probably true that they got evidence that was, you're like, one, I don't mind if Israel attacks. We both agree with that. Second, yep, it's probably true. If Israel attacked, Iran was about to kill Americans. And third, yeah, we would be justified in preemptively striking to ensure that didn't happen. That's the justification. I don't like it any more than you do, but you just in your own words gave the justification for the strike.
No, like, I mean, I'm probably not paying enough attention to this conversation. I'm just tired. But I think my whole point with all of this is completely unnecessary. Israel has, in their talks with Iran and Palestine, every single ceasefire they've disobeyed. They've just been completely untrustworthy. They're like a vicious ex-girlfriend that would get us into a fight in a fucking UFC locker room every minute that they can. I don't trust any intel that comes out of either country. We should leave immediately, buttress our borders, because they are coming in through the southern border and everywhere else. And we should, man our missiles and get ready for anything that happens after that. I don't like with the Ron Paul, like, pit of vipers thing. Another issue is to not, like, start a viper farm by blowing these people up again, which is what happens every time. We go over there, we arm these people, or we attack these people. Their kids get mad. They get really pissed. They come attack us over and over and over. And they've already set up the next launch pad for Turkey for the next war. This is not a legitimate, real thing. It's not real. It's planned.
I don't know. I think that, look, I think that there's I think a lot of this shit, particularly with like the clean break stuff and the Wesley Clark stuff, I think a lot of it's overstated. That's used as sort of explanations for this. While I agree that there's certainly an agenda, like this neocon agenda and this aggressive interventionist foreign policy that ends up not benefiting, I don't know that it's as clear cut. My gut feeling is I still don't like this. In the specific, I mean, it's so fucked because if the argument against it wasn't the one that's being made, the Joe Kent argument, the irony to me is the Joe Kent argument's like the one argument that I'm like, I can kind of see that. The best argument against it is this. Well, then the United States, instead of preemptively attacking, should have went to Israel and been like, hold your fucking horses. Because we think once you attack, that we're going to get attacked. So you're either going to give us time to get out of the fucking region, or you're going to give us time to further negotiate or something, or to prepare in some way. But you're going to hold off. And if you don't like that, if you say no, fuck you, we're going to do it anyways, that's fine. But we're not helping you with shit ever again. Fuck off. And that's sort of like, you know, the other day when Trump's like, he puts out the statement, was it last night or the night before? He puts out the statement, it's like, look, Israel bombed this gas line, and that caused a retaliation against Qatar. And, you know, we didn't know that Israel was going to bomb this gas line, and we told them not to do it again, right? But if you bomb Qatar again, then we will blow up the gas line. Like, okay, I could accept that as long as that comes with, and I understand why this wouldn't be made public, like Trump going to Israel and saying, hey man, it's your fucking ass. You guys don't get to do that. If you're going to start bombing shit that you didn't run through us, then we're out of this bitch. Good luck to you. That's how it's got to be. If you wanted us in here, you wanted the big dog, now you're going to listen to us. Big dog running shit now, right? And if he doesn't, I think it buttresses the claim that it's like, well, then we're kowtowing to Israel. So I don't know. I don't expect Trump to fucking announce that he's going to be like, I had an aggressive talking to, but that's what ought to be happening. You know, if it's going to be like, look, we have strategic interest here, then fuck Israel's interest, in my opinion. Now, Israel's interests are probably going to largely align with the United States. But if the United States is like, listen, no, you're attacking strategic interests that we don't want you attacking, right? Then they need to lay down the law, you know. But all this is to say, like, I don't think it's as clear cut. I can still be like I see the assholes in chat. Rob's fucking making excuses for something. I don't think anything I said was unreasonable at all. I could say that and still hold the position that I don't agree with this attack. I don't necessarily think it's going to lead to World War III. And the entire reason that I started talking about this was the following, right? That I don't think that when we see that there were things that are positive about the Trump administration, particularly that was more positive than Kamala Harris would have directly fucking tried to censor me, let 10 million illegals in, et cetera, et cetera. I think if we're looking at it comparatively, that I still think there are positive things to see with Trump, and we build from there instead of just giving up. And like your claim coming in was like, but I'm not interested in a dialectic, and I just think this is going to lead to World War III. I don't know that that's so true.
Yeah, I don't like the alternative, but the alternative argument, you know, like my whole thing is Trump promised certain things. And maybe I was spoiled by the first Trump presidency, where he like got in bad out of hell, signing all these executive orders. Like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And he's didn't get everything done, obviously, for obvious reasons. But there's so many things that he's gone back like completely in the other direction on. And this one is just like, for me, it's just nuts. Like,
well, I don't think I think some of this stuff, like, give
Yeah.
me some more examples of things he's gone completely the other direction on.
The immigration thing. I remember he's like quoted as saying that we need to keep, you know, it's not fair. We had to keep the farmers here and the hotel workers and restaurant. It's like 98% of the people who come over the border. You know, it's just like moonwalking on these things. I think
But I don't know. Now, listen,
this.
I don't. Let me be straight up with you.
Yeah.
I fucking hate that, by the way. I wish Trump would deport them all. But Trump basically heavily implied that the hyper focus was going to be on like the bad hombres. That's what he campaigned on. He did.
Yeah,
and people like me took that to be like, yeah, take them all out. And Trump definitely, if you go back and you listen, it's like, you could see that he was kind of like, his heart wasn't really in deporting fucking, you know, abuela that works at the fucking fruit farm. It didn't seem that's not, he was like, we're going to start with these. And I don't like that. Let me be clear. Fuck that. Deport them all. That's where I'm at. Don't get me wrong. But to
Yeah,
say
I
this
agree
is a
with that.
direct reversal, I don't
Well,
know that that's
he said
true.
stuff besides, the bad hombres. Like he's like he was gung ho about a lot of this shit. We got to get him out. You can't say I'm sorry. He wouldn't be apologizing, saying you got to go back if it was just bad hombres. He's like, there's a lot of people that have to go back, no matter how sad it
I mean,
is.
he said, right, I agree. He was hyper focused. He said this in several reports that we need to get the criminal illegals first, the worst of the worst first. That
Yeah.
would be phase one, to deport the bad ones out, right? And then he would said in various, this is just AI in fairness. He says in various contexts, including responses to questions about families or long-term residents, and supporters and even some allies interpreted his rhetoric as sparing good or non-criminal immigrants, at least initially. For example, some Republican activists and voters expressed comfort believing it was targeting only sex offenders and violent criminals. Trump allies like Inc. Borders are Tom Homan and Stephen Miller reinforced a two-track approach: aggressive enforcement against threats while encouraging self-deportation for others through the workplace or fear of eventual action, but not rounding up and deporting these people.
Yeah.
So it's like, listen, I interpreted it as Trump's going to get out the worst of the worst. And then after that, which might take 3-4 years, then he's going to be like, okay, now we need to come to a conclusion what to do with these other people. I hope that it would be deportation, but probably there would be some room for compromise. And now it still pisses me off to no extent, especially if I'm looking at it like, I don't really like this Iran attack. And then if you remember, like 2 days after it, Trump gave this speech. It was like, we got to chill out with some of these farmers. Like, fuck you, motherfucker. Are you kidding me? You just did something I really don't like, and now you're taking another part. But to say that this was anathema to his campaign promises, I don't know that that's true. His campaign
pretty damn
was
close. It's pretty like
I don't know.
saying we got to get him out and all that, and then being like, well, we have to keep the farmers, the restaurant workers. He's looking at like Chris Jericho's like list of like Mexican
Armbar.
stereotypes. Yeah, co-drag.
Yeah,
It's like a list of like everything that they would be involved in. That reeks to me as like, I can't really work this out, and I might have. And I get there's things that we have to, but there's other stuff like I'm not so obsessed. Like the Doge thing had me a little bit hyped. I knew it wasn't going to be like great, but just like tanking it and then inserting it directly into the Department of Defense or whatever. That's nuts. That's like,
yeah,
nuts.
I just don't think, like, I think that people overstate. There's a lot of, I thought this from the get-go, right? Like my claim for Trump was there was only a 5% chance he would do anything serious about effectively, quote, draining the swamp.
Yeah.
Right. I thought that even his campaign showed me that. Right. Like,
yeah.
I'm sitting here like, dude, the FBI is trying to throw this motherfucker in jail the rest of his life. And like everyone connected to him. And Trump is like, we're going to build a big, beautiful new FBI building. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Yeah. That's his campaign. That's what he's saying during the campaign. And I'm like, this guy doesn't get it. He hasn't learned shit. The guy that appointed John Bolton to drain the swamp, he didn't learn his lesson, right? It's not a fucking priority for him. And like, so I'm like, to be like, oh, this is against his campaign. I mean, I can understand why I think people overstate that it's like, I feel like, was the campaign even that great? Like,
yeah,
this is kind of what I expected. Now,
sure.
the Iran war I didn't expect. I'll admit that.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, if you like fucking like set me down like a week before the election was like, okay, Trump gets elected, what do you think significantly is going to change? I would have been like, probably not much. To be honest, I think that it'll be like the cultural momentum will be good, and that it'll lay the groundwork for the next guy.
Well, he killed that for sure. He killed that off.
I don't think so. I don't know.
I mean, like the Epstein list thing was a nail in the heart of that. Like, for sure.
But no,
like, I don't
the mere
want your
fact
vote.
that so many people are furious proves that it didn't change the culture. Like the Overton window, not because Trump forced it, but because like of what is represented by Trump has shifted. And the way we talk, like, just there's so many things that it's just like, we're fucking like, yeah, we don't buy this trans bullshit anymore. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, we can proudly be like, we're Christian and fuck you. We can say we don't want these fucking Muslims here. We can say that. 4 years ago, that wasn't happening, right? Like you couldn't even talk online. You get censored if you question the election, if you question COVID. They wanted to push a disinformation czar. They were letting 10 million fucking illegals in. That shit stopped. Now, it's temporary as soon as a Democrat gets in, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, look, if I'm comparing it to other options, it's still better. And yeah, it's fucking shitty that this motherfucking guy's gonna listen to Lindsey Graham until he's in fucking prison with his family. He's gonna be the one that pays the consequences.
Whatever they have on Lindsey Graham has to be some wild shit. They have to have him like screwing some Ninja Turtles or something.
Well, we were talking about it on my show Monday.
What do they have on him? Is the gay foghorn leghorn.
They should send, if it's true that the new Iranian leader's gay, they should send Lindsey Graham over, put him in a room together, and maybe we could fucking settle this without any more bloodshed.
Don't mind bending over at the waist for a minute.
You know, so it's like I see Rob's the last man standing with Trump supporters. I mean, that's fine. Be a black pillar. Be a doomer. That's okay. Go vote Democrat. Go watch Nick's show. Vote Democrat. By the way, ironic, Nick, who never voted for Trump, he told people to vote for Kamala. And then said, well, I did it ironically.
Nick is completely, like, for me, it is unquestionably steered. I'll just say that. I don't trust him at all. I wouldn't vote Democrat because like Trump pissed me off. That's something I would never do. Like after like late term abortion, you don't have nothing to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, late term abortion, disinformation boards, fucking mass migration, like all of this shit, the DEI shit. Like, no, listen, it's Trump's not. The truth is, like, I view Trump's he's kind of shitty. Like there's things, on one hand, I could criticize Trump, and this is what I was saying today. There's so much bad shit in the rest of our politics. Mm-hmm. Like, Trump's like the one guy that at least has ever been in a position of power to move the needle in a positive way in issues. Like, he's the only one I could think of in politics. There have been I liked Ron Paul, right? But he didn't win. He was, he made it to senator. That was it. And you can only do so much as a senator. Like, Trump's at least, to me, done some things. He secured the border, right? Like, a lot of the fucking cultural tone we're at and a lot of things is good. But he does a lot of shit that infuriates me. And if I'm picking like my ideal guy, I want an ideologue. I want someone who agrees with my moral and ideological view in the world. And Trump ain't that. Trump's a guy who happens to have similar enemies as me. And that's basically it.
Temporary enemies, by the way.
Yeah, and it's like, right. If the fucking Democrats and the media and Hollywood would have came out when Trump won in 2016 and started giving, like, we're going to give Trump an Oscar for his performance in fucking Home Alone 2. He was great. This guy's the greatest. We would have gun control right now. We'd have fucking abortion after birth. It wouldn't matter. Trump would have went along with it all. I just want to be liked. Fuck it. That's who Trump is. And so it's my good fortune that the biggest assholes in the world have decided to pick a fight with him, right? But he does all kinds of shit I disagree with. In the way he talks, he says shit that's so fucking stupid at times. And like, I don't know what to say, but it's like, what else am I looking at? The rest of the Republicans? The few good things Trump wants to do, they're intentionally sabotaging them. Yeah, no SAVE Act, sorry. Nope, you can't have your appointments. Nope, we're not going to do that. We're honor the blue slip, right? We got to fucking, we're basically going to do nothing. We're not going to do shit. What have the Republicans done with the House and the Senate? What have they done? They passed a fucking huge bill, okay? That's it. They haven't done anything. They didn't enshrine any of Trump's executive orders on the fucking border to ensure a secure border. As soon as there's a Democrat president, day one, they're reversing it all, and we're right back to where we were. And the real blame lies with Congress. And it lies with these fuckhead Republicans there. One of the frustrating things about Trump is he fucking criticizes the few Republicans that are there that aren't the worst. Yeah. Like Rand Paul. It's like, dude, you should be criticizing the shit out of fucking Tom Tillis and out of John Thune and out of fucking Lindsey Graham. That's where your anger.
Christ is King is anti-Semitic Ted Cruz. People who just, day in and day out, have completely obtuse, evil things to say. They don't give a damn about the average person. They send their children to die in the desert. Stuff like that.
Christ is King is not anti-Semitic, but be honest. A lot of what that was a fuck you to Jews. It's true. Like when Candace Owens was saying that shit at the Daily Wire, we know what was going on. She's like, hey, Ben, fuck you. Christ is King. What do you think about that, you Jew? That's what was happening.
People will say things with any type of tonation. I agree with that. But like to take that statement, as like
Yeah, Ted
a
Cruz sucks.
former,
You don't have to sell it to me. I agree. But
as
I'm
a
just saying, if
former
we're
like
honest,
old, like from my Protestant childhood days, if this is what the end of days is going to look like, with John Hagee, and they're going to put you in a box and you can't even say the word of God and stuff like that. We're getting awful close to like some of that from people originally that we would assume wouldn't be pushing stuff like that.
I just
So,
don't have a problem with Candace in it because Christ is king, right?
yeah, I
It's like,
agree.
but it's clear.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it was a fuck you. Like that's what it was for her specifically saying it, and that's where a lot of it came. Great. I wish we'd say fuck you more, so I don't have a problem with it. But I just like I don't want to be one of those people that feign ignorance. How could this? What do you mean that there was anything about Jewish people? We're just benignly saying Christ is king.
Yeah, I
No,
just
we're
think
saying,
politically it's
Hey Ben, running the Daily Wire there. Hey, Christ is king. How about that, motherfucker? How about that? And that's what
I
I
can't
mean
believe you said
when
that
I
thing.
would say in reference to Daily Wire. Yeah, I'll say the same thing. Christ is king. How you
I
like
did
that,
say it.
Ben? True. Uh, but I just think the people that to me it was a bit much to feign like, oh, what does that have to do?
Yeah,
What do you
I don't,
mean? Like,
I'm not feigning what it like what
no,
they
you're
were
not.
saying.
I'm
It's just,
saying that there were
yeah.
people that did that, and I
What
was
do you
like,
mean?
uh
Yeah.
huh,
And they think it's like they've drawn such a vigorous line in the sand. Like that's a red line, especially in Texas, Ted, that you just don't
Yeah, I
cross.
mean, there are good things that Ted Cruz did, but it's when he's fucking like, I have a religious duty to like honor the state of Israel. Go fuck yourself. That's
Yeah.
outrageous. Right? Like, are you kidding me? And Tucker was absolutely right about this. Really? Right? The Old Testament's talking about the current Israeli government. Go fuck yourself. No way. And
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
just,
like, listen, man, if you have any sort of, if you think that your morality in any way, shape, or form means that you have to honor and defend another country, you shouldn't be in my government.
yeah,
Sorry, I don't want this dual
over your
loyalty
own
bullshit.
people,
See you
like
later.
denying people, during hurricanes and floods, coverage and protection because of what they say or don't say. Like that's insane.
Yeah.
So,
So,
there's a bunch of stuff. There's a glyphosate stuff that Trump was on. Like that's crazy to me. We agree on 98% of stuff. I didn't mean to come in all heated,
no,
but
it's fine. I don't fuck. I didn't know what to talk about today. I was supposed to have a debate, so this is good. But
who are you going to
at the
debate?
end of the day, I just think that for me, it's like I think that there's a little too much doomer pill shit out there. It's bad. It's not good. If you're and by the way, if you're gonna be like the, you know, we know who they are. There's these fucking, particularly on X, you see them. These like just super Trump cheerleaders that he could never do any wrong, right?
Yeah,
Like you're fucking full of shit if you can't say that it's been a bad couple months for Trump. You just are. Now that doesn't mean like. Here's the other thing, like the one gleaming shining hope politically is the Democrats are so bad. They're just so bad, right? And so it's like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you sit back and you ask yourself, is anybody happy in this country with their political representation? Anybody? And
no,
so, like, if you're just like, I see it, man, in real time. I have normie friends. They're like, yeah, we vote, and they'll be like, what the fuck is Trump doing here? And I'm like, yeah. And
I
then
don't
2 days
get it.
later, they'll be like, what the fuck are these Democrats doing in my city? And it's like, yeah, no, it's bleak. Right, it's
Yeah, we
bleak
had
in
a
that sense, and it's like imagine being like someone who has like you're a centrist or you're not carrying water for Trump really, and you're willing to go either way, and like you live in like Pittsburgh that I was covering this yesterday, and you're like, you know what, fuck Trump, I don't like this shit, I don't like the Iran war, I think this guy's fucking getting too big for his britches, there's a lot of shit he's done, fuck him, I don't like him, and then you tune into your Pittsburgh City Council meeting and you listen to this woke bullshit, and you're like, what? Wait, what the fuck is this? In my city? What are the Democrats doing? The fucking, DI, LGBT fucking bullshit. We have to use our police to fight against ICE. I kind of agree with the deportations. I wish Trump was doing more of them. Now we're being told that ICE is bad. And so you find yourself in a very weird position where you're like, I don't know what the fuck to do. The Democrats are batshit crazy insane. They haven't changed. But Trump seems to fucking suck. So now what? And I think there's a lot of people with that. And the claim that I'm making is this. There are some things that Trump's done well. The things that he's done that I don't agree with, I don't know that they're as bad as what people are making out. I don't fucking like it, but I don't know that it's as bad as what people are making out. Like the Epstein list. Unforgivable the way that Trump originally handles it.
yeah.
But since then, I mean, what's he doing right? If Trump had never done that, And we were day 5 of the whole Epstein spiel coming. If we had exactly what we have now, Trump was like, here it is. Would you say that he did a really bad job? Probably not. You'd be like, all right, maybe there's still more to be done, but okay. So it's like the rhetoric was fucking dog shit, but the results, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to make of it.
It just looked like it was released completely against his will. And then them removing his name from the list, supposedly, the FBI. That's sketchy as fuck.
I mean, but I get where he's coming from. Man, if you, like, let's say, I don't know, let's say you work at fucking Walmart, right? You're a fucking CEO of Walmart, or you're higher up at Walmart, right? And there's people are like, hey, you gotta release this list of sexual harassment. And so they're like, okay, what's gonna be your job, man? Ian, is that your name? Ian, it's gonna be your job to proofread this and release it. And then you, who's never fucking sexually assaulted someone, all of a sudden you see that, like, there's a 20-page part about how you assaulted a child. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? What? And, like, you're reading it, and it's just like an anonymous person called in and said this. And you're like, this is horseshit. May you have an incentive to be like, you know what, I'm going to take my fucking name out of this because this is bullshit. You may. And I think that Trump's an idiot. He doesn't understand. Like, on one hand, he understood that it's like, there's bullshit, there's nothing here, right? But the Democrats have 50 fucking stories in the barrel to just blast you with the same allegations. Tiffany Doe said in 2016, blah, blah, blah. He'll be like, we already litigated that. She dropped the fucking case as soon as we asked for discovery. Well, but still, they're going to bring it up. And they're going to say you met your wife through Epstein because an anonymous person said that. And they're going to say that you assaulted women with Harvey Weinstein, right? That's what's coming. And so we just want to let you know. And he's like, yeah, fuck all that. Don't release this shit then. Fuck that. Is there anything actionable? Is there anything we could go arrest someone? No, maybe there was. And
yeah, allegedly we only have 50%, which is obviously the way the government lies, probably 10% of what.
Well, maybe, but then here's the other question to ask. Like, if the FBI or Mossad was involved with Epstein, right? Let's just say they were, and it may very well be, right? Or any other, or fucking MI6 or whatever, European, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And they literally were facilitating honeypots or fucking, you know, whether it be specifically with underagers or not. Do you think the FBI kept that evidence for 20 years? Or do you think they got rid of it?
Yeah, I think they'd keep it.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, I think they'd keep it around and use it as control over anyone and everyone.
No.
Yeah.
I think once it became evident that, now Epstein's been outed and people were going to be demanding shit, you're going to be like, throw that shit in the incinerator. You ain't going to leave it there for a possible hostile administration to come out and say, look at this. James Comey was helping Epstein round up children so that adult politicians could molest. If you're James Comey, you're like, I'm going to throw that right in the fucking shredder on my way out the door. You can keep that.
I think the government and the shadow government and the people behind that it's a spider's nest of people betraying people and people levering, trying to find leverage and footholds and things they could hold over each other to get to a certain point.
Nah, I don't. I think it's just like, it's so weird because I understand we find ourselves, it's always this silly position we find ourselves in. We're like, if we could just release the files, then we could see. Like, let me give you an example.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous to assume that anything would happen off of it. But my main thing is like you said, you covered it 100% in the beginning. Like the way he handled it was stupid as hell.
Oh, terrible.
Like there's
not only was it stupid, but then he specifically told his own base, and if you don't like this, fuck you. Don't vote for me.
Don't vote for me.
What are you doing? I mean, yeah. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. But again, that's a political issue, not necessarily a practical, the actual practical facts on the ground. Let me put it this way though. Like, I'm very heavily vested in Crossfire Hurricane. And what I saw is like this original coup where the Obama administration basically utilized their FBI to have a coup against Trump as a candidate and then as a president. It's fucking insane. One of the biggest scandals in the history of this country, as far as I'm concerned. Mm-hmm. Part of the evidence we see from that's from this guy, Peter Strzok, right? And Lisa Page. And they're texting back and forth and they're saying shit like, we need an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump, blah, blah, blah. So we get these released and it's like, oh, fuck. And we're like, wow, that's fucking crazy. And it is, right? But here's the thing. You want to know that's just their communications from their work phones. We don't have communications from their personal phones or their personal computer. Imagine what they were talking about there.
You're in a tarmac somewhere, right?
We'll never see it. Right. Yeah. We'll never see it. And so it's like, we're constantly like, we'll be like, we want to see the JFK files. Dude, if there was any fucking implication of our government being involved in the assassination of JFK, that shit was burned 50 years ago. Now, there's a chance they fucked up and we should still release everything we have, but we assume, well, what we see is like the definitive record, and I don't believe that at all. I believe that it's like most of the most incriminating shit's probably fucking locked away or destroyed and we'll never see it. And so if I ran for office and I was like, Ian, you're going to be my VP and we're going to run for office, I'll tell you what, motherfuckers, we're going to release every motherfucking file on Crossfire Hurricane. Day one, motherfucker. Day one. And we get in there and we appoint, my editor, Black Elk, as fucking, attorney general. And he gets in there, he's like, let's go, boys, release it all. I think there's a solid chance that there wouldn't be a lot there. That we'd find like, what we expected to be.
I don't disagree with that. I disagree with that. It would be destroyed.
Oh, I think so. I think that
I don't think it would be destroyed. I think it would be on someone's laptop in a basement of Mossad somewhere.
Right, but it wouldn't be in collection at the FBI. Yeah. If it was there, they fucking deleted it. Right, is what I believe.
I don't know about that either.
Oh, I think that. Why would you keep it like you're the current administration? You're like, well, that's shit. We're fucked. When he gets here, they're gonna find proof that we engaged in a coup. Oh well, I guess we're going to prison. You're not going to be tempted to be like.
Not going to do that.
I mean, you're willing to engage in the coup, but you wouldn't be tempted to delete the proof of it.
No, if a president is coming into office and we have evidence of him doing this or that, I would sit on that information. Even if he wasn't going to come back into office and he could like cause some kind of people's riot, I would hold on to that information. And then that's water on a campfire, regardless,
That's not how it would work. Like, you're not going to sit around. James Comey's not going to sit on evidence like, well, this evidence proves Obama was bad. It also proves I engaged in a coup, but I'll hold on to it and keep it in FBI headquarters, knowing that Ian's coming in under Rob's administration.
That's another thing. It doesn't have to be FBI headquarters. It just has to be somewhere where someone can use it. And they're not just sitting on it just for that. They're sitting on it they're using it for several other politicians, causing certain people to step down that would actually implement change, and you use it whenever you need.
There is evidence that James Comey said Jeffrey Epstein, here's a 7-year-old, encourage Prince Andrew to molest them. And you're like, James Comey's FBI would have held on to that evidence. I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
Would you? If you had evidence that you murdered someone and you had a chance to destroy the evidence, would you destroy it?
If I'm the FBI and I didn't do this.
But we're saying under the assumption they did do it.
And no, I think Mossad did it. It's just useful to have this ready for someone, for whoever you want.
So the FBI covered up the fact that Mossad, you don't think that implicates the FBI?
Yeah. They don't care. I'm probably like not making sense at this point. So apologies for that. I shouldn't have ate that Parmesan.
But no, I'm saying like if the FBI knew, they're not going to sit on evidence that it's like, yeah, we sat there the whole time and let Jeffrey Epstein molest children, knowing that our intel assets in Mossad were using that beneficially. I don't think, particularly if Israel's as strong as you said, that James Comey or that these higher ups at the FBI that would be implicated in that are like, we're just going to keep that evidence for a future.
They cover up for the fact that Congress used our taxpayer money for sexual assault cases to pay out victims. And then the Finders case back in the day in the 80s and all that shit, they covered that up and they had the entire media tell us that it was just a satanic
Why did Hillary's team use BleachBit to delete shit? Wouldn't it be prudent, based on what you're saying, just to keep it?
I don't think
real quick. The rationale you're giving is guilty people keep evidence of their guilt because they could use it potentially for their benefit in a future endeavor.
I'm saying nebulous power structures will use blackmail to control people.
Right, but they're not going to keep evidence of their own criminality.
No, they just deny that they were involved.
Why did the Mueller team delete the phones of Peter Strzok? Why did the Mueller team delete the phones of Peter Strzok?
I don't know.
What? Wouldn't they just keep the evidence of Peter Strzok's bias so that they could use it for blackmail in the future or something?
This is assuming that it's like this whole like secret government thing is a monad and of similar mind of a single like hive mind.
I would say that if the Epstein allegations are true, that you're believing that like the U.S. Intel and Mossad was involved in setting up honeypots with underage children, that was something. If your claim here is true, that well, each administration's different. There wasn't an administration that was like, wait, what the fuck?
I don't think I think the people who own this information never let the presidents and the people,
right.
the lower
So
class
why
people,
would they
have it.
intentionally leave that evidence sit around, knowing that an administration's coming in
I
that's
don't think
promising to release it?
I don't think they're. I don't think it's sitting around. Like I said, I think it's a nuclear option.
But my whole point is the FBI's like, Kash Patel comes in, hypothetically, and it's like, here's the rooms full of evidence on the Epstein shit that we have here at FBI headquarters. Here's what the FBI's collected, right? And I'm like, if there was something in that room that was incriminating of our FBI, of our allies, the FBI long ago would have got rid of it. And you're like, no, they
it would
wouldn't
be
have.
in the same document behind a black box,
What do you mean behind a black box?
redacted.
Well, no, redaction's probably not going to help much.
Well, I mean,
You would get rid of it before you would, because redacted could be unredacted hypothetically.
I mean, these are things that we know that the government has done. You know, like the Finders case back in the '80s with the Satanic Panic. Like the FBI and the CIA were behind that.
But no. What I'm saying is, we also know that the FBI straight up deleted files. Like for example, when the FBI went into Waco, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things David Koresh kept saying was, it is illegal for the FBI or for law enforcement to shoot through a closed door. And when you collect my door, you'll see bullet holes going through the door, which proves they shot through a closed door. There's children in here. Mm-hmm. And there's footage of the FBI after the siege taking that door and putting into evidence. And guess what happened?
What?
Evidence disappeared. No one knows where the door went.
Yeah.
How's that possible? Why didn't they just redact the door?
Well, a door is not a document, and that is
Same
not
premise,
nowhere near.
If they're willing to get rid of that evidence because it was incriminating against them, why would they be unwilling? Now, if it's a document, they would be unwilling to get rid of it. They would instead just take a black marker to it. I mean, no, they would get rid of it.
No, you would keep it. It's useful. A door is not useful. Having Prince Andrew next to frickin' Jackie Chan on a long list of billionaire profiteers,
Here is James Comey and Chris Wray and Rod Rosenstein saying, yes, finally we're drinking the blood of children and we've got children to give to fucking Epstein so that he could be molested by all these politicians. They have that. They're holding that document. And then it's like, oh shit, now people are promising to run on releasing that document. Well, we have two options. We could destroy it, or I could take this marker here and just go, and then we'll keep it and we'll leave people see it and go, damn, if only we could see below the marker.
We leave out certain giant chunks of what the information, once again, this is all based off of trust of intelligence, correct?
No, it's based on the distrust. No, that's exactly my argument. That they would be willing to destroy evidence. I don't even know how this is controversial.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what. I don't think they work in a super monistic, hive mind way. I think certain things you hold on to because it's pragmatic for world domination.
You don't hold on to evidence of your own criminality. You might hold on to evidence of other people's shady shit, but you don't hold on to evidence of your own criminality. If you're Israel, and it's like Israel has so much power and influence over our intel. And there's documents out there that prove that Israel did this. But there's zero chance that they exerted hey, get rid of those documents. Nope, they wouldn't do that. I fundamentally disagree. I think that absolutely that's the type of shit that would occur. If the FBI was involved in the assassination of JFK, I'll guarantee they deleted evidence, communications, or whatever that suggested that might be a possibility. I don't see how this is. You're like, no, they would hold on to the evidence of their own guilt because they could use it for blackmail. Against themselves.
Redact the parts. There's whole pages. You're acting like redactions don't have a purpose and aren't used.
Is it possible to unredact a document?
Yes.
So they kept evidence of their own guilt in the most heinous crime possible. They just redacted it, knowing that an administration that would be
not all documents. I mean, it's like I don't. It seems like you're being obtuse about this. It's clearly useful. And as for like Mossad's connection to Epstein, like he does like admit that he's Mossad and then puts like a winky face after it
It would
in
be
the document.
useful. It would be useful for Mossad to
It'd be
have a
useful for
tape.
the
It would be
Mossad,
useful. It would be
for the
useful. Let's say this
CIA.
exists. Let's say there's a tape of Trump assaulting a child. That would be useful for Mossad to have, right?
Yeah.
It would not be useful for Mossad to hold on to a document that said, we kidnapped this child and watched and filmed and laughed while Trump assaulted it. And then another administration's coming in and Israel's like, tell you what, motherfucker, we're turning over all the Mossad files because we think they were connection to this PDF shit. No, it would not be useful to keep the evidence of your own guilt. You'd say, oh, fuck, we're going to burn that shit. We'll keep the tape of Trump assaulting the child, but we're not going to keep the document that proves we kidnapped that child. We're going to get rid of that shit. That's what you would do. You would destroy the evidence of your own criminality if you knew a new administration was coming in promising to release evidence of your criminality. You would destroy it.
Does that like completely invalidate the purpose of like setting up a honey trap like that to begin with? Is that like not 30 years?
The honey trap, the usefulness of the honey trap isn't the proof that you set it up. It's the tape that shows the incriminating shit. Like example, if that tape exists of Trump, Trump would say, I don't give a shit, release that tape. It won't damage me at all unless you also show proof that you kidnapped the child. Of course not. You'd be like, what? No, they would just release the tape. The mere fact they have that tape is what the power is over Trump. The fact that they kidnapped the child and kept documents of that would be irrelevant to the usefulness of the blackmail.
No, I think you could use either the emails or the tapes, whichever you decide.
So just to be clear, an email that says, we kidnapped this child for sexual exploitation for powerful people, you're saying that's equally as incriminating as a tape of the politician.
No, I never said equally. I said it's useful.
It's not useful if you have the tape.
It's useful either way.
It is not
people
useful.
Already believe it. People saw Epstein's death and it didn't make any sense to them. They looked at his past. They see that he's like sleeping next to Ehud Barak and the fucking Pope at different times. They know what's going on. And then they see these emails and they see Hillary Clinton in front of Congress sweating her balls off. You know,
all of this is completely irrelevant to the question. It's a very simple question. If you're involved in government, if you're the person in charge with keeping evidence and you have evidence of your own criminality and the next team's coming in saying, we're going to expose evidence of your criminality, would you delete it? And your argument is no. I disagree with you. I think we can go into all the hypotheticals in the world, and I think that on face that is laughable. I do not think that people are interested in predictably keeping evidence that will not only give them life in prison and possibly the death penalty, but that would ruin their name and all of polite society for history. I don't think that you're like, well, on a wing and a prayer, another administration could come in later, and this document could prove useful to me for blackmail later, so I'm going to take the chance that I'll go to prison the rest of my life and not delete it. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I do not believe that.
I think it keeps you in line for the rest of your career after you leave any of these agencies or leave the presidency or anything like that. I think they have it for as long as they fucking need to have it. And I think it's
they would get rid of it to the point where it was sending them to prison. I don't know how this is hard.
When did they go to prison, dude?
If there was a file right now that said James Comey, here he is talking to Netanyahu saying, yes, we killed 3 of the kids that you sent us, and the other 3 are now being assaulted by people on Epstein's island that he's taping. I think that Comey would have been like, I'm going to delete that. We're going to get rid of that. And you're like, no, he would have kept it for usefulness. I think that's stupid. They're not going to keep the evidence of their own guilt in the most heinous of crimes.
I don't think Comey's in charge of something like that. It's all under the assumption that these are like given that everyone has their hands on this and they could just get rid of what they want and keep what they don't.
We see that's exactly what was happening in places like Crossfire Hurricane. It was basically 5 or 6 people. And that they were putting shit in burn bags. We found shit that they had scheduled to burn. We have that. And we serendipitously found that they were putting burn bags scheduled to burn, right? Mm-hmm. Why would they ever do that? Why do they even have burn bags? That makes no sense. Can you tell them, excuse me, Comey's FBI, what were you thinking with burn bags? What don't you know to keep the evidence of your own guilt because it will be useful to you? Burn bags? What are you doing? That's nonsensical.
Crossfire Hurricane is a far lower level than an fucking
Right. The stakes would be
No.
higher if there's evidence they're
Yeah.
molesting children.
So yeah, the people who hold these documents aren't going to be Comey walking around,
I
right?
just told you. So let me be clear. Your belief is this: higher ups at the FBI, working in tandem with Mossad, were facilitating young children to be molested by powerful politicians. But these higher ups farmed out the documents to just run of the mill, low level FBI people. That's your argument. So Jim Smith, hey, first year in the job. Now, before we send you out in the field, we're going to need you to like file some of this paperwork and scan it. Start with our leaders engaging in satanic rituals with children to molest them. Start filing. We file that under satanic ritual S. Can you file it there? Don't worry, though. Comey won't have access. The leadership won't have access. We leave our satanic shit, the child sex shit, we leave that to the low-level people to file that away. So go ahead. That's how you think that would work?
No, I think you leak out little bits as you need them, like I said before. Like, look, okay, Rob, we don't have to have, like, I shouldn't have ate those mozzarella sticks next to that Parmesan sub, next to that pizza. But you notice I'm, like, getting less intelligent as we keep talking?
I have noticed that. I did
I have a
notice that.
threshold.
It's just a real simple thing to be like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably a good chance that if this incriminating evidence once existed, probably a lot of it's long since been destroyed.
I don't know. I'm probably if we talked about this like tomorrow at like noon, like BPT, Black People Time, I'd probably be able to answer this more coherently.
Don't give me that, man. I wake up at 11, so I'm I do have, just so you know, this dude Bail Factor gave me the N-word pass, so I'm allowed if I really want. And that shit's actionable. That's actionable by YouTube. They can't get mad at me if I've been given the pass.
It's a little stamp next to your name, like on Twitter. Yeah.
Like the Ukrainian flag. Like, oh, a big N. He's cool. He can say it.
The N made out of a chicken wing. And it's like, he can say
Once
it.
you use it, though, they have to take it away. They're like, no, Elon will get you. He fucking...
Highlander.
But no, and so, like, look, I agree with, like, overarching, like, when it comes to FC, I agree he handled it poorly. But again, I don't know what's I understand his impulse. I think. Now, maybe his impulse is I assaulted children, in which case, yeah, fuck him, But I do get, like, what he was trying to say. That's like, oh, so there's nothing here. There's nothing you could show me. And, for example, I believe the files that got released that was, like, in 2006, Trump was like, to the police, was like, yeah, fuck Epstein, and you should look into Ghislaine as well. I believe that, right? And so I think that I could be wrong, but I think that if Trump was brought evidence, was like, here, man, here's evidence that fucking Bill Clinton was assaulting children, I think he'd probably be like, yeah, arrest that motherfucker. So whether it be that Kosh Patel's lying to him or Pam Bondi's lying to him, or Kosh and Pam looked around and they're like, we just don't see the evidence. It's just not here, right? Whatever it was.
Cash looks like he's constantly coming up from like a line of coke and like a deer in the headlights at the same time. I don't know, but he just looks. Got the they all look scared. Trump looks scared as hell. It just.
I don't think. I like this whole theory that like that there's like the most heinous types of black. If anything, the blackmail would be like not that. It'd be like, dude, we gave you a bunch of money, so do a favor for us. I don't know. I just look. It's anything's possible. I suppose Trump could have assaulted children, or Kosh Patel could have assaulted children. I guess it's possible, but I don't think that's what's going on. I think that, the explanation I gave at the time, and it's still fuck Trump, but the explanation I gave is like, I think that Trump was told there's nothing actionable here. Most of this shit, it's just innuendo. It's going to be used to fucking destroy you and your wife. They're just going to smear you over and over again against bullshit accusations that are bullshit. And there's a lot of other men that it's going to do the same to. There's just accusation after accusation of all sorts of people. Some of it the most insane shit you've ever heard, but people are going to run with it. Oh, they used, Harvey Weinstein was there while they used a magic scimitar to cut off my legs.
Yeah, that was.
And then also the Clintons did the Oklahoma City bombing, said the same guy. And everybody's going to run with this shit, and it's going to be fucking Me Too on steroids. And so Trump's like, yeah, don't release it,
I'll say this. I pray to God that you're right about everything. Because I'm sure a lot of people in your audience feel this too. This is like the last 5-10 years of this shit, of all of this shit, is I don't even I feel like I'm a skinwalker, so I don't feel like a human being anymore. There's so much wild, crazy shit. Right? Like every conspiracy theory's come out with some kind of like relevance to it. like even like a wink and a nod about certain things, and I'm just like, I wish. I don't know what I'm saying. It's just
No,
crazy.
I get it, dude. Here's the thing.
Mhm.
I don't like Iran. I don't
Yeah,
like Israel, but that ain't gonna make me like Iran. I don't
yeah,
like the fucking left, right?
yeah.
I don't. I want Trump to do well. But I'll say this from the bottom of my heart, I mean this. If evidence came out that was persuasive to me that
Hmm.
Donald Trump assaulted children, there is no punishment too good for him. Like, he deserves the death penalty. He deserves to be removed from anybody, whether it be Trump, whether it be Clinton, whether it be Bill Gates. That's how I feel. There needs to be some sort of proof, right? I'm not just going to accept anonymous woman said this, and that's what the left's doing. Oh, there's an
Yeah,
anonymous
just that list
accusation.
of accusations and people, and they're like, I don't believe that. I think what's happening. I don't necessarily think Trump even did anything. I think
Yes,
I think
I don't.
people tried to kill him a couple of
Well, that's
times,
different. Maybe
and
your
he's
so your
sweating.
argument is that like there's a like sort of Damocles over his head that they're like, we're gonna kill your fucking
Yeah, I
ass.
think it's clear. Look, his speeches before 2016. He's not that good of an actor if he was lying about all that. I think he sincerely believes, and that's why I voted for him in 2016. He sincerely believed at least one point of what he's saying. And I think,
Well,
there's like a.
I mean, is it not a plausible explanation that even if it's that his current FBI is lying to him, that could be, but that he's like, because your explanation is they're like, dude, we got the proof, but we'll kill your ass if you release it. I don't know that. I think that the better explanation is he's at least being told we don't have the proof. We have a bunch of innuendo. We have a bunch of accusations,
Maybe.
just like the accusations against you. And those are bullshit, right? And he's like, yes, of course. Well, that's what we have. Right? Now we know, of course, there's a lot of incriminating shit like, so and so went down there and fucked a hooker. But
Yeah.
that's nothing, right? The
Mhm.
idea that they were like doing the worst, and I think, as much as it's weird to say this, I think that we're oversold. I think that people want it to be like there was this satanic shit going on. I don't know that was the case. I think Epstein's fucking can eat shit. He fucking sucks, and I think he probably did fuck underagers and fuck them, for that. But I don't know that it was expansive as what people think, and to the extent that there was a handful of people that engage in this, I just don't know that there's actionable proof, other more than just like some woman's words that are like, yes, he had sex with me. This guy did. And he may have, but it's like, what am I supposed to do with that? We live in a world where literally I watched fucking a woman go on national television and be treated like she was sincere that said that she was gang assaulted by Brett Kavanaugh and then produced beer for the next 6 months so that he could gang assault other young girls. And it's like at some point I have to be like, well, I'm gonna need something. I can't just take that. I can't just take an accusation. No, maybe the evidence exists. I don't know. Maybe it is in the redacted portion. It's entirely possible,
Mhm.
and fuck them for not releasing that. And if the explanation is what would look really bad for our geopolitical partners, yeah, I don't give a fuck. If we're talking about the assault of children, there is nothing that would justify covering that up. Period. And and and,
Absolutely.
and so I don't know. But what I do know is all the people that want to destroy this country because of the way I look or how I worship or where I live or that I'm a US citizen or whatever, they're all like, yeah, right, Trump guilty. Yeah, fuck him. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. You're right. You guys are right. Fuck him. Yeah, go back. Go back, elect Jeb Bush, or better yet, just vote Democrat. Yeah, or stay home. Whatever. Just leave us win so that we can end the filibuster and we can pack the Supreme Court and we can make DC a state and we can make Puerto Rico a state and then you guys lose in perpetuity. We're gonna bring in 10 million people every 4 years and fuck off. You're gonna look like
Yeah,
the United Kingdom and
I,
Canada by the end of the fucking decade. And it's like, yeah, I don't want that. Right? Now, that doesn't mean that I would say, well, I'll take Trump, the child assaulter, over them. I'm not saying that, but I don't see proof that he is the child assaulter.
yeah.
And so that's what I started off the show talking about tonight. It's like, if you look at it in perspective, compared to the left, Trump's better. And when you look at many of his failures, at least on the domestic agenda, the Epstein thing's different. That's self-inflicted. The Iran thing, he's a big boy. He chose to go. I put that on him. But when you look at like a lot of his shit, like the SAVE Act, how can you blame Trump? Deportations, it's hard to blame Trump. Yes, rhetoric hasn't been the best, but at the same time, he's being fought tooth and nail, not just by fucking Democrats, not just by activist judges in a way that's never occurred in this country, but by his own fucking party. And so, like, the analogy I gave was like, it's like looking at my football team and being like, yeah, fuck this quarterback. He makes mistake after mistake, but he's at least out there throwing the ball. The rest of the team's like, we give up. We ain't doing shit. Fuck you. We hope that you get sacked. And it's like, that's where I'm at. It's like, if all the shit to complain about with Democrats, Republicans, and everything, right? The hyper-focused doomer pill and Trump, I think so much of it's because, like, well, that was our one shot, and he's letting us down. And I get that, but I just think that it
doesn't
goes
seem
too
like
far.
mistakes to me, though. That's the thing. Is like we're not going to agree on this, and I know that. It's been great talking to you, but like this, I don't think these are like, I don't know, man. The technocracy shit, all of this glyphosate shit, protecting people who are giving us cancer, all like there's so many like reverse, like turn the car and like, you know, and it's
Yeah,
just so like I don't know. It
I
seems like
don't
he's
think
gotten
when
it.
I say mistakes, this is what I
Mm,
mean.
yeah.
Trump's taking actions that he thinks will be good, but I don't think they'll end up good. That's what I mean by mistakes.
Mm,
It's not mistake like he tripped and fell and signed a fucking paper.
yeah,
That's not what
yeah,
I mean. I
yeah,
mean, like, so in the same sense, like the analogy of the football team would be like the quarterback calls an audible on 3rd and 1 to throw a
yeah.
Hail Mary, and it's like, well, that's fucking horrible. But he's like, I was trying to win the game. I wasn't throwing the game. Like I
Yeah,
tried. And it's
yeah.
like, yeah, but that was laughably stupid. What the fuck are you doing? Like that's an idiotic fucking thing to do. That's how I feel. But at the same time, I'm not to the point where I think like, well, Trump's intentionally sabotaging us, and Trump hates this country, and he's with the globalists, and he wants to erode national borders. Blah, blah. I don't believe that. So what I try to do is say, criticize Trump when I can. Don't get doomer pilled. Say like, look, can I put this in perspective? Are there good things that come out of this administration? Sure. Would it have been worse with the other administration? Sure. So what do we do going forward? Well, there seems to be like only two options being put forward to us now. One is either completely withdraw from the system or vote Democrat, which is basically falls under the mantra of accelerationism. And the steel man of that position would be what we do is we cause Republicans to lose so fucking bad that then they have to realign to a real position, to a
Mhm.
real MAGA position, not fake Trump MAGA, right? To real mass deportations, right? Or do we do like, listen, or even actually, that's part of what it is, but they would also, many of them would say, but that's not possible, and so it'll just be the end. It'll literally be civil war, and it'll be balkanization, and the country falls apart, and things are going to get real hairy real quick, right? The other option, what I'm suggesting is we take victories where we can, we try to make incremental change, we get hyperactive in primaries, we get hyperactive in our own fucking lives and our own culture, and we start to make
Well,
moves that way. And
yeah.
so we stop the bleeding when we can, which Trump in many aspects stop bleeding. We criticize what we can. When people that we put forward because they were going to do good fuck up, then we primary them. And I think that for me, the reason my argument's better, the easiest way to win the argument is if I'm wrong, what's the outcome? The same thing the accelerationists want, except it's 20 years later.
Yeah, I
Right?
think accelerationists are, and this might be like an orthodox argument. They just think they're going to go to heaven after if they get killed or something.
Well, some
Like,
of them are probably not even religious. I
yeah,
think
it's just like a
there is
really like assumption that they could just handle. It's like people who are like scrawny think that they could like handle anarchy or something. It's like you'd be killed like immediately. And,
I mean,
accelerationism
yes,
is
and it's like I have like, look, I'm not willing to fucking. I have a son. I'm
yeah,
not willing to doom him and be like, well, sorry, son. We gave up, so we were like, fuck it, let the country burn. You'll deal with it. I'm 41. If I died tomorrow, I had a pretty good life. But my son's 5. He hasn't had a
yeah,
chance.
yeah,
Fuck that. I'm not willing to doom him. Now, maybe the accelerationists are right. Maybe we're fucked, and there's not possible at this point. We're too far gone. We're like the Europe. We're like the United Kingdom. Too late. We're on the path to criminalizing speech. There's nothing we could do, period. At this point, it could be. But what am I going to do? Give up? If I'm wrong, then the accelerations will get what they want, except it'll take another 20 years. Right? I don't see the negative in that 20-year span
yeah,
that would make
yeah.
it worse. If I'm right, then we avoided some of the fucking worst possible outcomes. But that's all I know to do. So when I'm looking at that, and I say, I think that as much as I criticize Trump, and I could look, I'm not fucking Nick Fuentes or at this point Dave Smith or something like that. But for someone who quote unquote supports Trump, I criticize him a fucking lot, right? And so I'm not saying this from a place of never criticize Trump. What I'm saying is sometimes I need to check and be like, well, is it? It's not good on a lot of these things, but is it apocalyptically bad? Like some people are giving the impression. I don't think so. Now, maybe we may end up in World War III by the end of the year, and then we'd be like, oh fuck, right? Like that. Okay, right? But I don't see that right now. I don't. So I mean, that's. I just think that there's like this. I don't know. It's like I get it, but it feels like there's just this desperate like giving up. Just like that's it. That's it. We're all fucked. There's no voting solution. Don't vote. Vote Democrat. Trump was the last chance. And fuck it. You know?
I think it's just me like getting triggered. I see so many people like scooping his shit up, and you have a more balanced take on what's going on, I think. And like, regardless if it's true or not, I should probably adopt something like that so I don't like join my black destiny of having high blood pressure by the time I'm 42 and diabetes. Because I should have ate that.
Hey man, I'm fighting. Never. That's another show, but yeah,
different show. Yeah, I think I get like, I feel so betrayed, and I know he wasn't going. I'm realistic about what he's going to do and what he's not going to do to a degree. But there's such sauce on. He gets like fucking sassy. I guess it's because I'm on the other side of the Trump sass for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's just
yeah,
like,
no, dude, I get it. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Look, again, I go back to this. To me, the reason that like I think I get so pissed about a lot of this stuff is because there was a potential there. Mm-hmm. Like it seems to me like it's like I sort of bought into some of the hype, and I knew it was bullshit, but I bought into it. And a lot of it had to do Trump. Look, say what you will about Trump. He was, in many ways, he's more skilled than I'll ever be in a lot of areas. Like to win the elections the way he did, it was like he is persuasive, he's charismatic, he had a gut feeling that was saying the right things on issues, regardless of what you think of him now. Like that's all true. He did something that I would never in a million years be able to do. Don't get me wrong. So I'm not like, oh, I'm smarter than him, or I'm not. That's not what I'm saying here, right? But the bar was so low. Right. And I tell this story all the time. Like, I'm in rural Pennsylvania. People around me, they gave up. They did not give a fuck about politics at all. Mm-hmm. It was like, it don't matter who you elect. None of them give a shit about our neighborhood at all. They don't give a fuck. We are a relic of a past gone era. No one gives a shit about the dude that's still working at the factory, the dude that's still fucking some construction guy, in some rural town. They don't give a fuck. Shut up. Pay more. We care about New York. We care about LA. And even conservatives, the ones we care about are more the big donor class. We don't give a fuck about you, right? Mm-hmm. And Trump came along, and regardless if he was bullshitting or not, he made those people believe. Here's a guy that has a shot to win that's saying, you guys are great. You're the backbone of this country. And they would crawl over fucking broken glass for that man because of that. Mm-hmm. And it is partly because Trump's charismatic, persuasive, but most of it is because these people have been fucked over for so long that they'd glom on to anyone that would at least even pay lip service to them. It wasn't popular politically to talk about them. It wasn't popular to talk about immigration. The dono class of the Republicans and like all the fucking, people that were running campaigns and shit were telling Trump after he won the primary, okay, cut out that immigration shit. That's no good. And it's a fucking 80-20 issue. No one talked about it because it benefited the upper class. So they're like, we want the immigration to keep going the way it is. And they accelerated it, right? That's where Trump, and so that's why if he fails, if he sells out or he fails, it hurts even more because you're like, motherfucker, that was the one guy, that we were like, finally there's a guy. Turns out there wasn't a guy. He bullshitted us. That's why, and maybe that inflects me. Maybe it's like, Rob, if you take a step back and you take your passion out of it and look objectively, you would see that Trump sold us out. I don't believe that's the case, but that might be true. And you might say, you just admitted you have a bias to want to believe. I do. I do want to believe that there's one guy who is flawed and who's shitty and is not the guy I would have picked to be the guy, but he's the guy. And he somewhat gives a shit about my way of life. Yeah. It's low of a bar as it is that there's one person out there in some position of leadership that maybe kind of remotely gives a shit about the people like me. Maybe one. Maybe there's one guy. And if he's not, like, okay, I think that the movement can exist without Trump and past Trump. It'll be tough,
I hope he doesn't think the battleship, which is like, me bringing up some of the, like his reaction to the Epstein stuff is like, Yeah, that kind of stuff makes me think like he's gonna think the whole like if it's not me, if I can't have you, no one can, like type shit.
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
think I think that he's gonna go out with a whimper. I think
yeah.
that the Iran shit, it's gonna be a stain. It ain't gonna be as bad as Iraq. It's not gonna be 20 years like Afghanistan, in my opinion. But it's gonna be. I ultimately think it's gonna be a stain. The Maduro thing probably is gonna look good, believe it or not. I didn't like that, but I mean, I got to admit when
It's just like ravenous, like he's like giving them all of the ammo. You know, like they remember when they said Trump was a fascist? Like they still do, but like in the beginning, it was like, well, he just doesn't. You know, he wants to protect the border. You know, like there's like so many arguments against it, and now it's like Greenland, Cuba,
well,
probably
like even
Turkey
that,
next.
I could.
Yeah,
That's not even the shit that bothers me.
yeah.
Like the shit that's like when he'll be like some of the shit he says. I'm like, how could you even defend this? Like he puts out this post the other day where it's like, people are sharing AI of Iran and they're saying we're doing really bad in this war. By the way, that's true. There is propaganda from Iran and people that hate Trump. They're spreading bullshit in AI. Of course, true. And yes, we know our mainstream media is going to bend over backwards because Trump's against Iran, so Iran must be decent people. And we're going to get articles like Khomeini, the erudite scholar, and it's like you motherfuckers. Whereas if it was Obama that took him out, they'd be like this brutal authoritarian Khomeini. It's a joke, right? I get it. Fuck the media, but Trump's like this is treason. It's like, yeah, no, Trump, that's not treason.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Right? Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, I'm allowed, even if I'm a shithead fucking working at MSNBC, I'm
Oh,
allowed to be like, I think the US is fucking up. I think they're losing this. I'm allowed to say that.
yeah.
It's not treason.
Mhm.
And I fucking hate the media. There's a bajillion things to bitch at them about, but it's like, come on, man. And when you
Yeah.
say shit like that, when I'm like, one of my issues is like, look, the fucking attack on free speech that we see from the Democrats, right? The Democrats are right to be like, dude, the guy you voted for is talking about it's treason to say that we're losing the war.
Yeah,
Tell me
and
again
he's
about
doing
free
that.
speech. It's like,
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah. He's also doing that in conjunction with creating a technocracy, which is like not the best. Like, if you're gonna do that, do one or the other. If you can't have both, like I knew this really hot white girl named Michaela, and she had a giant townhome, right? But she also would just drink pickles out of the pickle jar. And I'm like, you can't have both
Right.
of those. You're
You
gonna
want to be
pick
the
one.
trashy redneck, be the trashy
Yeah,
redneck.
you
You
gotta
don't
have
get to
one. Yeah,
fucking,
you don't
you don't
get
get
to
to
do
wear
both.
the fucking,
Yeah,
insane dress and then drink pickle juice. You can't do
yeah.
it.
You
I
can't
get
do
what
a
you mean. Yeah.
technocracy and be like, oh, also this is treason, and you can't say this, that, or like that's you
Yeah,
know.
the tech shit's crazy. It's
Yeah.
crazy on a different level, and it is complicated. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just like I think that so many people like
Mhm.
it, people put more on Trump than he's capable of doing. We put like I get that, right? Trump fucks up. He deserves criticism. There's so many annoying fucks on the opposite side that are like Trump could do no wrong that just that pisses you off. Like when I see those people, I'm like, man, like you just you're like you look at them and you're like the Q people. When I was criticizing you earlier about like, well, could there be any evidence that would disprove it? That's how the Q people were. I used to say like, did you ever see the meme with what's his name, James Franco from that movie where he's like getting the noose put around him and he looks over at the guy's like first time? Like I'm like that's QAnon. You could be in QAnon and you could be led to the gallows next to Trump and Don Jr. and you're in between them. And as they're tightening the noose, you're like, finally, we got them where we want them. It's like at some point you have to admit, yeah, dude, it wasn't 4D chess. You guys lost, right?
Yeah.
All this bullshit of
Yeah.
trust. Trump intentionally lost the 2020 election so he could come and he could expose shit. It's like, oh, get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? And those people like make me just want to be like, shut the fuck up. Trump fucked up. He fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, stop
It's
making
okay.
excuses.
He
But
can
then
do that. Yeah.
the opposite is like when I see people that are like, that's it. That's it. Trump's the worst. Everything he said is bullshit. And I'm like, I don't know that either. I don't know that
Yeah.
it's that bad. It ain't good on a lot of this shit, but I don't think it's that. I don't think we're there yet. Now it may be. But when I'm looking and I'm trying to give a fair fucking, if I really try, and I'm like, okay, I understand there's going to be like foreign policy things that there are people in Trump's coalition that like this Iran attack. Anyone in my chat right now that are like, yeah, I think that Trump did the right thing. Now, I'll guarantee 95% of the people in my chat were Trump supporters. I'll bet there's a handful of people here, if not more, that are like, of course, I think this was a good attack. So that doesn't mean I can't be pissed, but the idea that it's like, well, Trump sold out his base. Well, what percentage of his base need to agree with this before you're like, well, maybe not. Maybe Trump sold me out, but did he sell out his entire base? I don't know. See, that you can see there are people in the chat. They're like, I support it. Yes. So I don't know. It seems like maybe I had some main character syndrome. Maybe I assumed that I represent the core of MAGA. Maybe not. Maybe the core of MAGA was more interventionist than I thought it was. Now, I would have thought people like me and you that were anti-interventionists were more of the spirit of drain the swamp, fuck these people, right? I think but maybe not. Maybe that was never the case. I don't know. So for me to be like, for it to be like, he's directly fucking over his entire base, I don't know. Then you go to the immigration thing. I agree with you. The feeling I got from Trump was, fuck these people, deport them. But I went back this week and I was reading, I didn't watch videos, but I was reading transcripts because I was curious. I'm like, what was some of Trump's speeches about immigration specifically? And I was like, the signs were there. Where he's like, oh, there'll be multiple phases, but the important things like the really bad people, the rapists, the murderers.
That was like, I remember that's like his first year in the office or something, or maybe the second year in the office. Yeah, like there's so much, and it's hard. Like this is a strange. It's just Trump is a strange like enigma to cover, and I said enigma, so you can't flag me.
Yeah,
So like, it's a strange one to cover. Like you just don't know. He really just keeps you guessing about everything. But I hope you're right. I hope you're right on the things that you're saying. I would like to actually just I could just take freaking schizo meds and I'll just land on planet Earth.
Well, listen, the one thing I'll say, I hope I'm right too, though. But I will say this, like at the end of the day, you're Orthodox, you said?
Yeah.
I'm Christian, but I'm still picking it to not. I'll probably end up Orthodox, but right now I'm going to a Catholic church. Here's the thing. Here's what I will say. You know the ending, right? You know how it ends.
Yeah, of course.
So it's like, look, all we could do, even if you're not religious, I say this all the time. It sounds cliche. I mean this. If you're religious, you know the ending. Even if you're not religious, though, at the end of the day, hopefully, this is how it'll end for you. You're on your deathbed with loved ones around, right? And that's it. People aren't going to remember what we push for politically and shit, unless you 1 in a million shot. You're like a senator or you fucking, whatever. But most of us, right? How were you to your wife? How were you to your kids?
Yeah.
How were you to your mom and dad? Did you try to do the right thing in life? You know who you're going to have to answer to? You're going to have to answer to God, and you're going to have to answer to your family, and you're going to have to answer to yourself. That's it. And so at the end of the day, I can say, right or wrong, I pushed for things that I thought were right. And I didn't just do it because I was selfish. I did it because I thought that it was right for me and for my country and for my family and for my community and for my son and for my wife and for my church. And that's what I did. And maybe I was wrong sometimes. And 50 years after I'm dead, no one's ever going to come to my fucking gravestone again. 100 years after I'm dead, no one's ever going to even remember that I existed, right? I couldn't tell you shit all about my great-grandpa or my great-great-grandpa. I can't. And that's my fate, and that's your fate, and that's everyone in the audience's fate right now. So it's like, at the end of the day, if we're in an impossible situation, so what? We do what's right. We try to push forward as if there's still a chance. Giving up is nothing. Being doomered is nothing. And so, for me, I push this shit, and then I shut this computer off, and I have the greatest family in the world. And I fucking have a great life, and I love it, and I have fun, and I don't think about this shit all day, every day. I think about it probably 8 hours a day, and the rest of those 16 hours are mine, And so it's like, I don't, as far as, I know you're being hyperbolic with like the anti-schizo meds, but it's like, take a breath. Life's wonderful. Even if it goes to shit, God gave us this opportunity. We're here. We're alive. You're 40. We made it. We're doing okay. We made it to 40. If we die tomorrow, it's been okay. And so for me, it's like, I fucking try my best. I'll keep sifting through the bullshit. I'll keep pushing the political message. I'll always be cheering for this country. I'll always be cheering for my community. But we may lose. It's not a fucking novel. This isn't Lord of the Rings where the good guys are guaranteed to win. We might lose. Okay? I tried to do the right thing. That's all I could do. And, so we'll see. So for me, it's like I never get that depressed about it because it's like, well, am I trying to do the right thing? I am. Okay. Then what else is there? Am I being a good husband? Am I being a good father? So That's it. That's my spiel about how I could talk about this depressing shit and not be depressed, because it's like, maybe we end up in World War III. Maybe my fat ass ends up in some fucking trench in France or some shit. I don't know. By the way, if you're I have a bad back if you're trying to draft me for World War III.
Yeah.
Just saying, if you're listening, military,
Yeah.
why don't you go after Black Elk? He seems fit. He could go to a trench. Send that motherfucker,
Yeah.
But that's how I feel. So, all right. Well, hey, man, I did appreciate the call, even if it started contentious. They're the best when they start contentious. So,
yeah, they are. And I shouldn't have had. Sorry, I ate all those Turkish delights. It kind of slowed me down.
Please, it's good.
Yeah, it's a pleasure talking to you. Thanks for having me. And
anytime, man. You take it easy. It was a great talk.
All right, man.
Peace. We'll see you. All right. Well, there was a 3-hour conversation that I didn't expect, but I didn't have the debate today, so that was good. You can tell I was trying to encourage a debate. Yeah, at the end of the day, I don't disagree with a lot he was saying. I think there is an oversell of just this, like, everything Israel and like all this shit. Like, I don't like fucking Israel's influence, and I certainly don't like our intel community. But some of the stuff's overstated. Good job, Fatty. Thanks. I appreciate it. Kind words. All right. We didn't read any donos yet, and we're 3 hours into the show. I should probably read donos. We're only at $115. Boo. Hiss. That's all right. You guys are the best. Hellstorm. $5 says, hi, Logo. How's Chair doing? Pretty damn good. Naughty Germ, $5 as always, coming off his birthday. Thank you, man. Fedor Mafidis. I can never pronounce your last section of your name there. $5 says, just got here. Anything new on Trump Epstein? Maybe. And then Fedor gives another two, says, I heard Epstein went to Iran. Really? Hellstorm, $10 says, looked out to see what's happening in the Senate, THS, ICE, recess, to a dude who won't shut the fuck up about the files, the war, and his jaw dropped. Thank you for sharing that form yesterday. Proxy Rob W. Thank you. Letty, $5 says, did you see the new rhetorically defective video view? It's a glowing praise. I did not, but I really like rhetorically defective. Thank you, rhetorically defective. Unless the video is talking shit on me, then go fuck yourself. No, I'm just kidding. But thank you. It's a great channel, so that I'll have to check it out. Sam Slenderman, $5 says, good evening, brother. Glad to make a live stream this week. I always listen back to your streams at work to get me through the long days. Thank you. See, and people are like, Rob, you yell too much. I do. It's how I talk. I'm sorry when I'm like passionate about something. But I would guess if I'm at work, I'd rather listen to a guy that's like kind of got a little of emotion in his voice than like, I actually just disagree with you fundamentally. I don't know how this will get you through the workday, Hellstorm, $10 again says, Dems have been planning for 12 months to have Nuremberg-style trials for ICE agents for simply doing their jobs and deporting dangerous people. Great idea, eye roll. Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the problems with the we'll just leave the Dems win accelerationist strategy. There's a solid chance that like ICE agents and people that did that shit are going to jail, which means that if ever Republicans or our side gets back into power, who the hell's going to want to do anything? Would you work for the next Doge if all the dudes that worked on this Doge end up in prison? Knowing that there's a solid chance that when your side loses, you're going to prison again? Adam Adamant, $5 says, Iran has funded multiple terror caches against the United States. What the hell is he talking about? That's the claim. I guess his claim would be, I don't see proof of that. I think that was exaggerated, but Crash Test Dummy, $5 says, we've had dozens of Iranian-linked terrorist attacks and their proxies. My friends are missing arms because of their activities in the Middle East. He would say that's because of the U.S. But here's the thing, right? Like, even if I accept that, so what? I'm still interested in my soldiers. I don't give a fuck if Iran feels that they're justified to attack our soldiers because of past actions. Fuck you. No, you're not. Not to me, because they're my soldiers. And by mine, I don't mean I have ownership. I mean that they're my collective family. They're my country. And then Crash Test Dummy, $5 says, Greater Israel's a fucking conspiracy theory pushed by anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes and other lunatics. Does he have any support for this? Now listen, I do think that Israel has influence. Like I said, so's Qatar, so's the European Union, so's China. Does Israel have more influence in certain areas? Maybe. But I think it's a problem having foreign influence regardless. I also think there's domestic groups that have influence that also don't give a shit about me. Like Bill Gates is funding an awful lot of shit that's making an awful lot of waves in our government. He don't give a fuck about me or my way of life, even though he's American. So there is certainly influence from other countries and other institutions that are driving our government to care about their issues more than my issue. But the idea of like everything Israel, I think, is blown out of proportion. That's sort of where I go with like, but there are clearly powerful factions in our country that are movers and shakers that despise Israel. Our academia, our entertainment industry, so much of our democratic politicians, etc. And so if Israel was as powerful as we're led to believe, how are these other powerful factions allowed? And I know those other factions fucking hate me. They hate me. They want me to give fucking reparations of my land back to the Indians and all this shit, you know? Mechanical Mike, $20. Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. Crash Test Dummy, $10 says, no amount of evidence will ever convince a conspiracy nutcase they are wrong. They never provide any evidence, but are always confident in the trash they believe. Well, I was trying to get to the point where it's difficult if you're too far down the rabbit hole to ever see evidence that could speak to a conclusion that's not the one you're leading to. But, you know, for Tom, $10 says, just something to mention is fraud is a hot topic. A few hours ago, Supermicro co-founder and 2 other employees were arrested for selling $2.5 billion in NVIDIA GPUs to China. No shit. That's actually very interesting. China's influence in our country is fucking insane. Like the influence they have over academia, the amount of dollars they put in, it's crazy. And it seems like a lot of that goes to the wayside for a lot of people. When we were at Word War, and the middle debate was this young guy, Shabbos, who's a Jewish guy, I think that was his name, Shabbos Kestelbaum, and he was debating a gentleman who's very anti-Israel. And the topic was about foreign influence and foreign monies in the U.S. government. And Shabbos, I thought the argument of the debate, and this is true, was like, why don't you seem to give a shit about Qatar? Why don't you give a shit about that? And there is an awful lot of people that are quite vocal about their hatred of Israel influencing our politics. Fair game. To the extent they are, I agree. But it seems suspiciously quiet on so many of these other countries. China had a fucking surveillance balloon fly from coast to coast in this country, while the president's son was sending emails in previous years saying he worked for the spy chief of China. We have people arrested all the time for espionage that are Chinese in fucking academic circles. And yet, if I'm to believe the anti-Israel faction, it's like, forget about all that. It's all about Israel. To the extent that China's interfering, that's probably because Israel wants them to. And at some point, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. That seems like a bridge too far for me. In my opinion, I swear to you, though, I am doing my best. I'm going to bring someone on, DPH or Jay Dyer or someone that's going to give me the lowdown on how shitty Israel is. I'll do it. I swear. I'm not running from it. And I'm fully admitting to you that I'm fucking ignorant in the situation because I have so many issues that I'm looking at domestically, right? I haven't bothered to look at a world history of fucking Israel-Palestine going back for 80 years and all of the shit that's going on there and then just how much influence they have. My gut feeling is it's more influence than a lot of the people would want you to believe, but it's nowhere near the fucking catastrophic levels that, they're doing everything. Did I say DSP? DPH, David Patrick Harris. Darkside Phil. Yeah, we'll bring on Darkside Phil. Trex, $5 says, Rob, why are you leaving out what Kent said about Israel? What about? First off, I barely watched any of the Joe Kent interview yet. I thought that I accurately summarized the clips that I saw, which was Kent said that this attack was Israel's fault, that even Rubio said that Israel was the ones that were going to attack, and so we jumped to follow Israel. Now, I assume in the whatever hours interview Tucker had of him, he probably said more, but I didn't see it. Kyle ran a mile, $2 says, for Achilles, thank you. Kirk Sense, $10 says, what he doesn't understand is these people have been trying to conquer us for 1,400 years. Yeah, I mean, even if you dislike Israel, I don't understand, not that guy particularly that I was talking to, but there are a lot of people that are just like, oh, there's nothing wrong with Islam. It's just Israel's put us at odds with each other. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? Go see what Thomas Jefferson said about it. OG2, member for 7 months, says, hope all is well, Rob. God bless and everyone in chat. Thank you, man. And then he gives some membership. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tisha Bromley, $2 says, Thanks to the nice person who gifted me a membership. There you go. Thank you, Tisha. Chop Chop, $20 says, can I get you to plug the whip extravaganza with the newest flyer I made? I will do that. I planned on doing that tonight. Thank you, Chop Chop. John Rock, $5 says, Rob, you think the biggest sleight of hand is there is really 3 million more Epstein files that they won't let us have when it's really 190 million more files? Do I believe there's a likelihood that there are files out there that exist that we're going to be bullshitted and that will never come to light of day? Probably. Is there a chance that those files are the exact ones that we want to see? Probably. That's why you're not releasing them. But I mean, I don't know. They're like, even the concept of like millions upon millions of files, like think of what that means. Like it sounds immense, but it's like if I email you and then you email me back, that's 3 separate files. And it literally could just be millions upon millions upon millions of those 190 million could just be the most benign conversations ever that just have nothing to do with anything. But that's a file. Each email is a file. Each text message, each fucking newspaper report, they're all a file. So I don't know. Of course it's possible. Again, I would think that if there was really the super fucking disgusting, most incriminating things, that they would have been deleted long ago. That's my belief, but I don't know. Zach Gelpy. See, I should have knew. We're on here talking about Israel. Zach Gelpy would be here. $5 says here's some cash. 7,000. Shh. Zach, come on, man. We're not supposed to talk about this shit in public. Shh. Come on. You're outing me, Zach. What the fuck? Zach Gelpy, notorious Irishman. He's an Irishman. He's sending me $7,000 for whiskey. Trust me, that's what's going on. All right. Oh, Tisha, thanks for the $2. Oh, it's Tisha. Oh, thanks so much. I'm so sorry. I'll try to remember it. Tisha Bromley, thank you so much for the $2. Maybe if I mispronounce other people's names, they'll send me correction money. Jay Parrish over on Rumble, thank you so much. Donates 5 subscriptions. Thanks so much, Jay. Now, I didn't check all the chat. I could go back because I was talking. I could go back and scroll. How many Robs getting paid by Israel people did I piss off every time I talk about this issue? Did I piss off my whole audience? That I can't win if I'm like, I don't know. I don't think Israel's as bad as people are saying. People are like, you fucking Zionist. And then if someone calls in and is like, we have to protect Israel people, I'm like, I don't know about that. I think they do have influence, and I think I'm concerned with you fucking anti-Semite. I don't know. And I'll if I can criticize myself, for real, I do kind of sound like a pussy, don't I? I kind of sound like a fence setter. That's fair criticism. But I'm trying to just be honest. I'm trying to fucking admit I don't like what's going on, while at the same time not be like, that's it, it's all fucking over, be doom-pilled, black-pilled. I'm trying to rationalize through you exactly how I'm looking at it. And that's what I've been trying to do since day one with the attack. And it comes across as it makes a lot of people not happy because if you're firmly, absolutely, this was a good thing, no question about it, or this is the fucking worst, this is a bad thing, then my position seems shitty to you. And I get that. And I wish that I was more like, yeah, this is it. This fucking absolutely needed to happen. Fuck yes. Versus, nope, fucking warmonger George Bush. Fuck this motherfucker. I'm done with it. It would be easier, but that's where I'm at. More evidence could come out that could definitely change my mind. Absolutely. I am a Zionist, anti-Semite doomer pillar. Yeah, there you go. Israel does have the right to exist. I completely agree with that. Yep. Yeah, but they stole that land in the 70s. Okay, how far back are we going? Did we steal the land from the natives? It's just like, bring on the alien files, yeah. Rasa wants Iran, and that's what I'm saying. one of the points that I was trying to make in that conversation is we all have a little bit of main character syndrome. We're like, this is what Trump meant to me. I voted for Trump. I helped get him elected. And so here's what I want. And if he doesn't do that, then fuck him. He's selling out. But is it selling out his base if 70% of his base likes the attack? I don't like the attack. I can say, fuck, a lot of the shit that I pushed for that I wanted to do, he's not doing. Fuck that. But am I entitled to be like, no, Trump, you have to do exactly what I want? I feel entitled because I'm subjectively me, and I think my ideas are good, and so I want to see those ideas. But I don't know that I could make the criticism Trump's selling out his base if the majority of his base wants this. I don't know that I believe CNN had a poll that said 100% support by MAGA. That's bullshit. No chance. But yeah, I've seen support saying as high as 90% of Republicans agree with the attack on Iran. It's a weird dynamic. It really is. 82% MAGA. Okay. If that's true, if that number's anywhere near true, fuck, let's even say it's off 20%. If 60% of MAGA, of the people that voted for Donald Trump, like this attack on Iran, can we say he sold out the base? You might say, fuck him. He sold out what you think his ideals were, but did he sell out the base on this particular attack? I don't know. I don't think you could say that. And it sucks for me because I don't like the attack. It's 100% MAGA is a fucking joke. %50 of MAGA is going to support whatever the fuck Trump does. If Trump comes out tomorrow and pulls out of Iran and says it was the biggest mistake ever, they'd be like, yep. You know, so it's like, but I mean, I think there's more than just that support this. Where's my man Zach? He just donated. I bet Zach support. I don't know. I haven't talked to Zach. Zach, do you support this attack if you're listening? There are people I respect in my chat that fucking are like, yeah. There are people I respect that are like, this is fucking horrible. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to say a lot of it's going to have to do with how successful it is. And it's shitty to say that. Like if I said to you, do you support the taking out Maduro in Venezuela? A lot of people are going to be like, sure. But if I said to you, okay, now in a different world, if we did that and it resulted in, you know, a 3-year war and boots on the ground and thousands of U.S. troops, you'd probably be like, no. And so as shitty as it is to say, how effective it ends up being is going to matter. Oh, fucking hell. Blasterbot, I'll get to it in a second here. Mission Mild says, I only know 25 letters in the alphabet. I don't know why. Blasterbot, $100. Fucking legend says, give a taste of what's coming at the whip extravaganza. Cue up a whip spin. I will, I promise. At the end of the show. Thank you, Blasterbot. Now let's have a little fun here. This is going to be another night, I promise, that James O'Keefe video that I'm not going to get to. All right, let's get some of these great graphics that you maniacs. Let's see. I'll save these pictures. Okay. There's been some good work. My audience are maniacs here. So what we're discussing here is the worst part of the show, in my opinion, is at the end of the show where we play these stupid whip songs. So the worst culprit of making me pay them is Wade Boggs. And he is a terrible, shitty human being. He also donated an insane amount of money to my channel and is a great guy. And so we're doing the Wade Boggs Whip Stravaganza. This Saturday. That's going to be at 8 p.m. Saturday. Now, the idea is normally it's $100 to spin this stupid whip wheel, right? But it's only going to be $20 this weekend, right? $50 instead of $150. You could pick whatever song you want, and $100 you could create a new one. And so we'll probably be here a long time in the night. Maybe not. Maybe it'll just be Wade and it'll peter out earlier. But I think it's going to be fun. So let's see. Zach, $5. Thank you. Says, I reluctantly support it, but no trips on that. There you go. I respect Zach a lot and his opinion on it. So now let's see some pictures that we have here of this. I guess I could. Do I have enough that I get? In StreamYard, it's a little weird. You can only upload so many pictures, so I think that I could. All right. I think we're good. Here we go. I'll upload some pictures that the audiences came up with for this monumentous event. And then here's number one. For my Rumble show that people were talking about. Hard R, Normal America. That potentially the name for my Rumble exclusive show. Pretty good. I enjoyed that thoroughly. And then we have this one, which I showed yesterday. It'll give you some details. It is the first annual Wade Boggs Whip Stravaganza. Saturday, March 21st, 2026. $20 spin the wheel, $50 pick a song. There you go. Wade Boggs with his whip there. And then here's the last one. Another great one. Did I get it? Wait. I think I missed one. Oh, what's happening? Man, I haven't been on Discord for a hot minute. You guys are lighting it up. Holy smokes. Here we go. The one song sounds like Limp Bizkit, so of course I have to go with Whip Biscuit. I love that. Yeah. Pretty good. And then the last one here is where is it? Did I not save this? Here we go. The first annual Wade Boggs Whip Stravaganza. Yeah, that about sums it up. I will say that my guy's not fat enough there. But that facial expression, yeah, that's about it. So there you have it. What's it matter? We'll all be dead in World War III by Saturday anyways, right? I may exclusively have access to some Epstein files that I'll also release that day. So tune in. Even Chair will be there. That is true. Oh. Chop, you're fucking lunatic. Chop's fucking post that he has. Discord, it's funny. It's very funny. Yeah, thanks, Premonition. I appreciate that. We'll have to talk here soon, Premonition. I know, I've been busy. I'm sorry. But, yeah, no, we didn't miss whip songs. We're about to start that, Shannon. I am really sorry that the no prep debate didn't happen tonight. And I understand that, unfortunately, we had a guy call in that we sort of tangentially agreed. I did get pissy at the beginning. I fucking hate it's one of my biggest pet peeves. Like when you ask someone a question and then they give you an answer and you're like, oh, okay. Because here's the problem, right? A lot of people, the gut reaction to asking someone a question that feels adversarial, like if you disagree, the gut, yeah, that one does count for two. Fuck. The gut reaction is this, right? It's to be like, to be as vague as possible. You don't want to stake a position, right? So you're like, well, like that Alish, well, I think that Trump's tyrannical. His administration, ICE, they're tyrannical. Okay. And I think the Constitution says if it's a tyrannical government, we should pick up our guns and take care of it. So you're saying that we should pick up our guns and take care of the Trump administration. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And you'll just be as vague as possible. So the way it works out, you'd be like, do you think the United States is tyrannical? And someone might respond to that like, well, the Soviets did similar things and they were tyrannical. Now, to me, I'd hear that and go, okay, so you're saying the U.S. is tyrannical. I didn't say that. But I asked you specifically if they were, and you responded, and you said, well, the Soviet did similar things and they were tyrannical. So I assume that you're implying I didn't say that. And so sometimes, I fucking get frustrated with that because I'm like, I don't understand. Say what you will about me, but almost anytime someone asks me a question, I'll just straight up be like, yes or no, or I'll say a couple words and be like, yes or no. Now let me explain, right? And it's because I'm actually interested. And by the way, I fully believe that that's not what happened here, that there was lag. I believe that. I believe that's what happened. But I was pissed off because I'm like, when I ask you specifically, like, what do you think Kamala went to war with Iran? And your response is, all the other presidents didn't. It seems to me like then you're saying, okay, then she wouldn't have. But if he's like, well, no, that wasn't a response to your question. I'm 2 minutes behind. That I understand. But that's why I got pissy. When he's like, I never said that. I never said that. I'm like, ugh. That's clearly what the implication is for that. All right. You fuckers. Wade Boggs, $100, 2-for-1 whip song. Let's go. Thank you, Wade. Hellstorm, $5 says, one benefit of whip songs, they shake off the trolls before you send us off to raid and pillage. That is true. And then Jason Mulgren, $10 says, here's to the boys keeping the homeland safe. Thank you. Regardless of what you think of this conflict, take a moment. Our fucking soldiers, may God bless them all. And may they all stay safe. I don't give a fuck if I agree with the conflict or not. A good point. I'm glad you brought it up. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't do a little congested there. Go! Hey! All right, the rules are simple, boys. $100 donation will get you a whip song. Anytime that we get over an even $100 number, so 400, 500, 600, that's also a whip song. So if you're like, I don't have $100 to give, but you give $5, enough of those will eventually add up to passing $400. We'll play a whip song. That also means if you pay $100, not only do you get the 100 for your $100 donation, but you also get 100 for taking us over the next, in this case, $400 mark. So first one, Blaster Pot, was before we started the game. So that's one whip song, and then Wade does get a 2-for-1, so that's 3 that we owe. For those that are leaving the channel, let me say this. Thank you so much for being here. Tomorrow, I'll be doing a regular show. Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern, the Whip Stravaganza. If you're leaving now, you probably don't want to tune in Saturday. People are going to get real pissed. They're going to be like, what the fuck is this? We assume Rob was coming here to debate, blah, 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 blah. It's not happening. So that's the plan. Jet, thank you so much for your $2. No problem. Thank you. I appreciated it, Bowie. I thought it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Probably more in alignment than a lot of the people would think, in my opinion. But, all right. I do have to use the restroom. By the way, I got copyright. I got demonetized last night. You want to know what it was? I played some Afro Man. That didn't demonetize me. I played something else. I played a different song. That didn't. You know what it was that got me demonetized last night? The clip of the Penguins, Maxime Talbot, shushing the Flyers after he got in a fight. Then the NHL got me. The corrupt fuckers. That's all right. But I do have to go to the restroom. So just in honor of our friend, Wade's getting an entire day. And it would be ludicrous if I didn't mention Chop Chop, who is in his own way truly a psychopath with the whip stuff too. So for Chop Chop tonight, I'll play a little ditty for you that won't count as I go to the restroom. So enjoy. I'll be right back.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
Oh no! Chair took over the show. Shit, I gotta shut this door. Damn chair. Damn it. What are you doing, chair? All right, get those donos in, gentlemen. Start playing these dumbass songs. Oh, Hellstorm. $5 a chair. Are you there? Can you hear us? Squeak twice if you need help. Quiet, chair. Stop fucking... I don't care about chair's feelings here. All right. Sharing the screen. If there's any justice in the world, we won't get any Disney or long songs this evening. Boo! Ah! A pleasant surprise for me. One of the actual ones I like. Well, I don't like it. But if we're looking at the dialectic and comparing it to other songs, I'll take it. All right, here we go.
Today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
what a song. Anglio, or Anglio. Angel of Elevation. Ooh, that's a rough one. $10 says, doesn't the USA have a responsibility to make countries that created 10 million fleeing refugees safer to return to before we send them back? And if we didn't, wouldn't it create more refugees in the future? Do not give a shit. No, we have no responsibility. Get the fuck out of the country. Sorry. None. Sorry, you're here. See ya. Don't care. And a lot of this is bullshit anyways. So many of these people were fleeing. If they're really just fleeing because the country's destitute and desperate, why did they pass so many countries along the way to get to the United States? They're not fleeing just because it's war-torn or some shit like that. And it's an overstatement, too. Which of these countries is the United States created these terrible conditions? Which ones? The United States certainly helped with some of them. That's true. But, no. Sorry. Goodbye. Sorry about your luck. So, all right. Another whip wheel. Thanks for the donation, though. Appreciate it. The United States has a moral obligation to the citizens of this country, period. Cuba? They did a good job of fucking themselves over, too. All right, here we go. I'm not even playing that one. It's only 30 seconds. Some other day. There we go. That's really another good one, comparatively.
Where there's a whip, 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 where's a whip. Oh, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the land. Oh, there's a whip, where there's a whip.
Look, I can't play this because we're going to play a video without audio because I haven't checked the audio yet, okay? So we're going to shut the audio off. But I'm going to play you a video that I just saw on X. You know my boy Clavicular? You guys know about Clavicular? Frame mogging people? Look smaxing? So check this out. Apparently, he gets assaulted here, and he got the chick arrested. A happy story. Watch this. Whack! All right? It's even better without the audio. And then she, hey, come on, no big deal. I just assaulted you. How about a handshake? And he's like, no, fuck you. You just hit me. Fuck off. Like, I'm calling my security over. You can't fucking hit people. And she's like, oh, fuck you. You know, and he's telling him, he's like, yeah, she hit me. I want fucking arrest her. Take her out of here. This chick right here. You know? And look at it. No. Yeah, fuck you. Go to jail. You can't assault people. Look at her. How consequences? No. Did you see that face? Consequences? That's outrageous. Why am I experiencing consequences? Look at this. Look at this look. Huh? No. Wait a minute. I can't get. How could I get in trouble? I could just smack whoever the fuck I want. Hope she has a nice night in jail. I'm so tired. Like, that shit is insufferable. You can't do that. You can't fucking do that. Look, I'm on a kick, man. You catch me in a good week. I'm on a fucking repeal the 19th kick this week. I've had it with the ladies. Let me just say. Starting to come around. You know? Jeez. Please. Yeah, the Bachelorette chick. That's crazy. They got rid of that chick throwing a fucking stool or something, damn near hitting her kid. It's crazy. And like, they're all like, I don't see the problem. What do you mean? He had it coming. You know? Someday I'll be able to talk more about it, but so many situations you're dealing with lady. Not my wife. My wife's great. But you're dealing with ladies on the seat. It's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. Dealing with these people. But then you watch the city council meeting we watched yesterday. All these women on the board. All right. More whip song. We got one more. Oh, my goodness. Any guesses? My guess is, what haven't we heard in a while? Oh, it's too late. I wouldn't have guessed that anyways. Give himself on this shit.
Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, whip, there's a way. Where there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, whip, there's a way. Left, right.
Why do so many of them end with the menacing laugh? Oh, there we go. Syndicated penis observation requesting viewer checking in. Thank you. It means a lot. Yeah. You fuckers. Oh my goodness. Some silly motherfuckers. Now, $13 will get another whip song. That's pretty cheap. That'll take us. But if you donate 100, chances are you'll hear 3 whip songs because you get 2 for your single $100 donations, and someone's probably going to donate $13. So you're basically getting 3 if you donate 100. What a salesman I am, right? It is a steal. Twitch pull it. See that? You're right, man. Twitch pull, man. Twitch fucked me over. Like they did something to me on the algorithm. I used to have 30, 40 people watching a night in Twitch. And then when Connor came on and used a homosexual slur fucking 12 times against me, he got banned 7 days. I got banned 30. When I came back, it was like 1 or 2 people. So nice. Oh, how much for the olive jar? Well, to request a specific song, it's $150. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. I was banned for a month. And when I came back, it was just like, but I appreciate it, see that. Yeah, we still exist. We're just on other platforms now. And but think what you will of Destiny. What a big mistake to fucking boot him. It's just all the stupid ass lefties, they couldn't wait. I remember I did videos on this. All the lefties on Twitch were like, oh, good, Destiny got banned. Now I'll get his audience. No, they just left with Destiny. And it turned out that so many of these lefty streamers were just Destiny knockoffs, or their channel was doing well because Destiny would pop on there. And all of a sudden, when Destiny wasn't popping on, they weren't doing so hot. Twitch poll scene was sort of dying. Well, I'm sorry about that, meat pill. What can you do? Yeah, Twitch, I don't know. And it's not just that. Twitch is like they're pissing off even people that aren't in the political sphere on Twitch. They really are, man. I don't know. The last thing I covered at Twitch was TwitchCon, where like these creeps were like basically running up and grabbing at fucking some of their female streamers. It was a mess. They're just a mess. I don't know what they're trying. Hellstorm, $20 says the laughing at the end of the song is Bade Wogs, the Wario version of the Great Baseball Hall of Famer. That damn Bade Wogs. Thank you. Oh, that'll give us another song for being over 400. Oh, is that spoken word going to come up again? No fucking chance. Well, there's one you don't hear a lot. Now, this one's funny because the original version is quite literally a war march. But this took it like D'Souza. It's going with your D'Souza type of war march, like patriotic.
Wanna go to war today, but the Lord of Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, left, right, left. Where there's a way. Says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night, and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Well, I'm watching something real. So I keep like at the end of the night, I always find weird stuff. I'll probably get copyrighted for this, but oh, Hellstorm, I missed some $5. Says come for the discussion, stay for the diverse musical theory exploration with extravaganza, baby. Look at this shit. Now, see, everybody shit. I talked about this before, but sports ball. I like we all need our stupid distractions, and like. I love the idea of like people coming together and getting lost in something. This is apparently a clip from High Point University that's in March Madness, right? which I didn't even know was going on yet. I guess I could have assumed. They're playing Wisconsin. This is the students' radio call, right? So you tune in and you see, like, you know, your professional, oh, it's a good game we have going here. This is the people from the school, right? So watch this, all right? I enjoy this. I just saw it.
To Anderson, driving, step back. In circles now, Johnson catch and shoot.
Now again, High Point, I don't know, but my guess is they ain't been to the tournament that many times, right? So these kids are excited as shit, you know?
Do you believe it? Go! Here comes Johnson! The layup! Johnson! Transition! Takes it in bounds. 9 seconds. Boyd. Watson inside. Drive. 6 seconds. Block! That Boyd. They launch down court. Anderson gets it! Throw on the glass slipper! It's a Cinderella story in Portland, Oregon! For the first time in program history! High Point breaks through! We will see you in the round of 32!
Now, how is it that better than the shitty NBA, man? Man, is that fucking cool or what? You know, imagine being in like a small school and taking pride in it. Like, I love that shit. I love it. Did I see Jake Brown nosing Shank? No. But I love that. Like, you know, good for those kids. And that to me, like, you know, that's the shit I liked about sports. Just like college basketball too is so much better because, you know, they're trying to fuck it up, but the idea that you could still be a cohesive team of not future stars and you have enough cohesion and coaching and shit that you could compete with these schools that have like these future stars because you're a better cohesive team. It's awesome. I'll see Hellstrom likes it. Wisconsin losing. Yes. Oh man. Good shit. Brian Shapiro. Yeah, I would love to hear Brian Shapiro's call. He does radio. He's gonna. What someone else said something that I missed. I wanted to respond. I don't know. I thought there was something. The Afro Man stuff, yeah, we covered it yesterday. It's one of the funniest things. What a hero, man. Afro Man. We covered it in yesterday's show. It's great. I love that story, man. Everybody who's worth a shit is like, yeah, Afro Man. There's a true American. Fuck yeah. That suit. I would love to get that suit. Who knows? Maybe someday I'll have my day in court and I could wear a suit and say free speech, baby, America. Who knows? Maybe I'll have that opportunity at some point. I don't know. It's 2 a.m. I was listening to some Afro Man songs today. Some of the ones from the trial. It's fun shit, man. I gotta say, it's an epic fucking it's an epic troll. You know, it's so good. It's like the best possible response. Like, I'm just gonna fucking make song after song about you being a piece of shit. And then your response is like, I'm so emotional about this. And he's like, great, here's another song. Oh my gosh. The Lick 'em Low Lisa song. Oh my god, is it funny? It's so funny. The pound cake. Oh my god. And then like he has such a good mix. It's so simple. It's some of the dumbest shit. It's like 3rd grade humor. Like, yeah, you're a lesbian. How about that? I slept with your wife. Like, just the dumbest shit. But then he mixes it with this benign, like, and you're trying to eat this pound cake, mom's delicious pound cake. And there's something about the juxtaposition of that. Like, oh, you're making, like, the most childish, like, sexual jokes, while also criticizing him for trying to eat the delicious pound cake that your mom made for you. It's fucking great. And then to watch that dude have to say under oath, well, did Afro Man sleep with your wife? I don't know. That is the best shit I've ever heard. Oh man. Oh yeah, the woman crying while they played "Look 'Em Low, Lisa" was that's top notch, man. Uh, my goodness. I just and everything about it, and then fucking Afro Man, they read the verdict. He has one tear that's come down his cheek, and he goes outside. This wasn't for me, it's for America. I watched that shit probably 4 times today. 4 times. Just getting pumped for my country, man. Let's see if I can find it. Like this clip right here. I watched this straight into my veins, man. This is it, man.
Yeah, we did it, America. Yeah, we did it. Freedom of speech. Right on, right on. Yeah, God bless America. Yeah, power to the people. Yeah.
Ah, it's so fucking great. Shoot it right into my veins. Oh my gosh. So good. So fucking good, man. I don't give a shit. In this house, Afro Man's a fucking hero. I'm telling you that right now. There will be no shit talking of Afro Man in this house. To me, it's just like fucking A, man. It's got the like Apollo Creed vibes. Where he's wearing the red, white, and blue coming down to James Brown living in America. Yes! Get him, Afro Man. That guy's great. There has never been a better example of the Streisand effect. There never will be. I'm upset this guy insulted me in this song. So I'm going to file a lawsuit that's going to become one of the biggest stories in the country. Cry, pout, admit that the dude may have fucked my wife, have the songs play in court and some of the funniest shit ever while the entire fucking country watches, then lose and have this guy's career now take off because he's going to keep playing these songs that now everyone will hear. You'll be hard pressed to ever find a loss as fucking hardcore as what these officers went through. And I'm here loving every minute of it. Afro Man deserves his fucking flowers. The man, good for him, out there fighting for us all for free speech. Absolute Chad. Love it. Love it. I have nothing negative to say about it. Is it the style of music that I'm normally into? Not particularly. I don't give a shit. Do not give a shit. Like me some Afro Man. Intel Wild, you lunatic. $100, thank you so much. Says, I want my shoes back, Rob. And I want to be Chat of the Week. We will bring back Chat of the Week. We'll do that next week, I promise. Your shoes back? Shoes. Well, that's 2 whip songs. We need to get an Afro Man version. Maybe someone will donate $100 during the whip extravaganza and we'll get an Afro Man version. This is the dolphin one. I think. Oh no, maybe not.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay.
We're gonna march all day, all day, all day.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Picking up now.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip,
Left, left, right, left, right, left.
where there's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Hey! Wow! What a weird load of shit. Here we go! Oh, what happened here? There we go. There we go. Froze up on me. Yeah, so it was not a good one. Perhaps a better luck with polka? One of my roommates in college, we went to a yard sale and we found a legit accordion, and he learned how to play it pretty good. It was pretty cool.
Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. Crack on the back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a
It's weird because it's like polka, but you have like a 90s like fucking punk guy singing it. It's a weird version. What do you think? It's been a night, hasn't it? It's been a night. I can't complain at all. I have the best audience in the world. The complete crazy people. I let them down. We were supposed to have a debate tonight. I tried. I chummed someone in and I tried to make it contentious. I hope that we had fun with it. I did. I enjoyed the caller. You could at least put thoughts together. Deluxe whip song. I don't know what you're talking about. So, all right. Music video whip? Is there a music video? I don't know about that, right? Yeah, it was a fun stream. I hope I did y'all proud. I had fun. So, Should be back here tomorrow evening. Should be a fun show tomorrow as well. There's a whip song with a video? What am I missing? Right. Yeah, the one with the Rankin Bass. Yeah. Oh, that's a special one. Maybe that'll make an appearance. Maybe it'll make an appearance at the Wade Boggs first annual whip extravaganza. Oh, it's gonna be fun and miserable, but fun. And so they really did chair justice in that picture. You can tell Chair, you can see from the motion lines, Chair's literally chasing after me there. Oh, of course, not one step back, motherfucker, of course. I did ban you. Maybe. Who the fuck knows? I'm a psycho sometimes. Who knows what happens? Probably caught me in a bad day, and I was like, wow. I try to unban everyone routinely. It's a mistake, because, I mean, it's not, because a lot of people, it's like, but a lot of the people I ban, and it's like, then I unban, and they come back, and instantly I'm like, oh, that's one of the ones that really was a shithead. Yeah, that's very good. I see some of your here, we'll just you guys are the worst. Like, I see this. I see what's going on, Chop Chop over there. Oh, that's horrible. I know. I need to be more active on the discourse. Look, here's the truth, right? I'm gonna tell you now. It's just the OGs here tonight. I'm gonna tell you a harsh reality, and this is gonna piss a lot of people off. But this is the truth. This is the honest to goodness truth. I read a lot. Not books, because I'm a shitbird. I'm a real reader of the fucking 21st century here. I read X. I read news stories. I read court reports. I read that shit a lot. I watch a lot of like investigative videos and shit like that. And I do that because I just do that, and it helps with the show, right? Probably 1/5 of the stuff that I read, and I'm like, this would be interesting to talk on the show. 1/5 of it actually gets talked about. Story after story after story. I'm like, that's good. That's good. And then I never bring it up, right? I do that, and I guess you could say that's for the show. And then I do the show, and, I stream a lot. Sometimes 4 hours, sometimes 3, sometimes 12, sometimes 24, whatever. I stream a lot. Other than those two things, I kind of don't like thinking about my streaming or politics. And so it's like, you wouldn't believe how many times I'm like, oh, I gotta check my emails. I gotta check my DMs. I gotta respond to people. I gotta call this person on the phone. And it's nothing against any of those people. It really isn't. Some of the nicest people you could imagine. But it's like, sort of like homework or something. It's like, I do this thing, and then it's like, I have this greatest family. This is fucking best. And that's who I want to hang out with. And it's like, sometimes it's stuff you got to deal with, like, for real. Sometimes it's like, sometimes you're, I'll leave that go. Sometimes you're on the phone with attorneys, perhaps, spending a lot of times. Or you're on the phone with fucking Republican of people in the fucking state. Or a friend of yours in real life's like, hey man, can we call and talk about this politics thing? That's not so bad, because I guess the real life friends. And I feel bad, because I feel like I'm in a unique position that, my goodness, that anyone wants to talk to me about anything related to this. And I know it's not fair. I know it's not. But it's like, I believe it or not, I get a lot of DMs and shit. And I constantly like, oh fuck, I feel like an asshole. I should have responded. I should have did this. I should have did that. But it's always like I end this stream and I'm like, every time it's the same thing. I end the stream, I go down, I get a shower, I go to bed, I wake up, deal with the wife and kid, having a great time, read some stories, probably do 2-3 hours worth of reading and stuff for what I'm going to talk about in the show in most nights, And then I put it down and I'm hanging out with my kids getting off school and I'm hanging out with my kid. And yesterday, my autistic guy I used to work with, I went out for lunch with him. There ain't no politics talking there. It's sad, actually. I actually, now I'm transitioning. This was fucking really a brutal thing that happened yesterday. So my autistic guy's a cool guy. He's very cool. He's had a lot of health problems. He's doing all right. So I try to meet him for lunch at least once every other week. That's my attempt. And I take him out. He likes this Chinese buffet. We like to go out. So his staff will come. I'll come. I'll try to pay for everyone. We have lunch. It's a great time. We just catch up. And it's weird. He's the sort of guy. It's so, I don't know how to explain this. It's always, as much as I've known this guy, I spent half of my life with this guy for 14 fucking years. And he's one of my best friends. He's a great dude. But so much still is an enigma in a good way about him. Like, he's the sort of guy that could look at a watch every day in a shop, an expensive watch, and be like, I love that watch. I want that watch. I want that watch. I want that. I saw this happen. And the women at the store, JCPenney, bought him that watch for Christmas. Hundreds of dollars, bought him this watch. And he was like, I don't care. I was like, you gotta say thanks, buddy. He's like, thanks. It was like he could have gave a shit less. And then something simple. My wife's brother, one time we saw him and he opened his truck and a dollar bill fell out. And he's like, here, buddy, you can have this $1. That meant more to that guy than that watch. He still to this day, remember when your brother gave me that $1? I'm like, yeah, I remember, buddy. That stuck with him. And it's like in my head, I'm like, I don't know exactly what it is that sometimes it registers and sometimes not. And sometimes it's awkward. Like, you feel bad for those ladies at the store. It's like, oh my God, she bought a $200 watch. And this guy's just like, looked at it every day for a fucking year. Then another guy gives $1 and it's the biggest thing in the world. So I'm probably getting in trouble for saying this at my own company, but I'll just say, I like to, when we were out and about, I like to, all the little towns that we would drive to for different things, like to go to the park, to go fishing, whatever. There was one store in each town that I like to get familiar with. Gas stations a lot. Because if you have to use the restroom or something, you want your guy to feel comfortable, that he could go in and everything's cool and everyone knows you and it's not an awkward thing because, you have, you got some disabilities and stuff. So we tried. And in the one town, my dad was a bartender at this club. So that's where we'd go. We didn't drink beer or anything, but my dad's a crazy man. So as soon as you walk in, he'd be like, hey, here, you want some beef jerky? You want a free soda? Blah, blah, blah. And my dad's buying all this shit. And then we'd stop in, poke in for 20, 25 minutes, use the restroom. Eventually, they had a birthday party for my guy in there. So all these, people at the bar, they all knew my guy by name. He loved it. He thought they were the coolest people. There was an old lady in there. And I'll say her name. Her name was Vic. And nice lady. And somehow she strikes up a conversation with my guy one day. And he mentions to her that, I always thought this was the worst, he likes black jelly beans, which are terrible, but he likes them. And she's like, I like black jelly beans. So every week we would go in, stop in 20 minutes this place, and there would be Vic, and she'd have a bag of black jelly beans. And she would get, not every week, I guess, but a lot of times, particularly around Easter, when she'd have these black jelly beans. Nice lady. And it was an incredible gesture. And when, I stopped working there, she'd be like, how's your buddy? And I was like, I see him once in a while. She'd ask about him. So it came up, I asked my dad the other day, I'm asking, how's people from the old town? How's it doing? Blah, blah, blah. And I asked about her. And so yesterday I'm out at lunch. And it's good. I'm having a good conversation with my guy and his staff, the staff that he's with is basically my uncle. He's a guy that's 10 years older than me. I've known my whole life. It's like family. And so we're bullshitting, it's a good time. And out of nowhere. It's been probably 3.5 years since he's seen this woman, Vic. And he says, how's Vic with the black jelly beans? And we're having a good time. And I said, oh, it's weird you ask, man. I just talked to my dad, and unfortunately she passed away. She ended up dying a couple months ago. And he started bawling. And it just hit me like a sack of bricks, where it was like, wow, I didn't think that would affect him. Because there's other people that have died. I'd be like, oh, the staff that used to work with you, he died. Oh, that's too bad. He's in heaven now. But this one got him. And I was just like, it was so unexpected. Like for me, it was just having a good time talking, and then it was just bam, just crying. I felt terrible. I was like, damn, should I have put that in a better way? But yeah, she's a good lady. I hope she knows that I'm praying for her and thought of her. And she meant something to that guy. And it's tough. He's getting to the age, you figure he's 50 something, my buddy. So that means his parents are, they're getting up there, and it's rough. Sometimes explaining things like that, like, explaining COVID was fucking insane to people with those conditions. Explaining death, it's fucking tough. It's really tough. It's just nothing makes sense, How do you explain that? So you try your best, but it's a bummer. But that's what I did. I hang out with him for a couple hours, and then I come home and I'm hanging out with my wife and my son. And it's like, I feel bad. I should spend more time on the Discord. I should spend more time fucking reaching out to people. I really should. I know that, and I do appreciate people. It's just, I don't know. I get off on these tangents. I'm doing stuff with my family, or I'm doing, whatever. And then all of a sudden it'll be like 7 o'clock. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get ready for a show tonight. What am I gonna do here? So anyways, that's my long-winded way of explaining. Sorry I'm not in the Discord so much. I don't know what it is about me. I'll be sitting here late at night while whip songs are playing. I'm looking at the Discord. I'm like, this is good shit. Why aren't I on here? I too could post on my own Discord, I think, I just don't, or like there's Are We Not Men? I'm on the show. I get out of shower, and then sometime like 13 hours from now, I'll be like, I wonder what's up on Discord, and I'll see that Are We Not Men immediately when I enter the show is like, hey man, remember to upload this and do this and do this. And I'm like, should have responded to that 13 hours ago. Not bad. And then I'll tell myself I should check my Discord before I go to bed in case someone messes. And then I won't tonight. I'm gonna go downstairs, I'm gonna get a shower, brush my teeth, right? Listen to some chess videos, and I'm gonna fall right to sleep. That's what's gonna happen. And the whip songs are off. They take it out of you. Oh boy. All right. Tonight we're going to raid Emmett. Emmett made these cool pixel designs. Like that. Good guy. So I don't know what Emmett's up to tonight. But I'm sure he's having fun. And I think you guys will have fun too. Tomorrow night, regular stream. Saturday. Tune in. 8 p.m. Eastern. Whip Stravaganza. If you hate those whip songs, if you're like, I just want to hear Rob talk about politics, that will not be the show for you. Just saying. So the plan is I am committed to staying until at least midnight. Even if we're getting no donations, I'm going to stick around till at least midnight. And then if it's happening and people are donating and we're having fun, then we'll stick around, if necessary, to the wee hours of the morning. I don't care. So, yeah, you'll love it by the end of Saturday. Into Sunday. Yeah, it'll be fun. So, all right. Thank you to my editor, Black Elk. Thanks to Avarice. New computer should be done here soon. Thank you to Achilles. Thank you to Naughty Germ. Thank you to Zensford. Thank you to EOD. Thank you to Are We Not Men, my great mods. Thank you to Ian, who called in. I appreciated the call. All of the people that donated tonight, you guys know who you are. You're the best. Thank you to everyone who chatted, who liked the stream, who subbed. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate all of you. I want you to take a moment, and as we're talking about these things, and we're criticizing the right, and we're criticizing Trump, never forget what the stakes are. Don't forget how they assassinated Charlie Kirk, not because his extremeness, but because of his effectiveness, and how they mocked his wife and his children afterwards. Never forget that, because he was actually going out there. He didn't agree with everything that the people on the right were doing, what Trump was doing, etc., but he actually tried to go out and make a difference, and for that, they killed him, and they've basically gotten away with it. There's a video I was going to cover, maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow, J.B. Pritzker, talking about, look, when we take over, we're going after them all criminally, and if we can't get them criminally, then we'll go civilly. That's what the stakes are. They're going to arrest all these Doge people, and if they can't arrest them, then they're going to sue them, and if they can't sue them, well, there's an answer for that too. That's what we're up against. There's much to criticize, and I certainly do it until I'm blue in the face with Republicans, and I do it until I'm blue in the face with Trump. But don't forget, that's the opposition right here at home we're up against. They want you displaced, they want you groveling. In the words of Sam Hyde, they want you dead, and they want to make fun of your family. That's what they want. Never forget that's what the stakes are. So say a prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family, his children. Just think about him for a minute here in this outro. Thank you so much. We'll see you all tomorrow evening, sometime between 8 and 10 p.m. As always, you guys have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.